Okay, okay. king and his men stole the queen from her bed.
Touchdown!
Bound her and her bone.
Jones takes it in.
The seas be ours, and by the powers where we will roam.
Boy, that about dumb as shit because it was on loop. Yeah, I fucking had that damn thing on loop on accident. All right, there you go. I tried to add you, Ray. It just was on something with your camera or something. But salute Raider Nation. Appreciate you guys all showing up on a Friday night with all of us, man. You know, like the intro, everything like that. Appreciate you all being here. Salute to the chat, salute to the mods, salute to the panel. Like I say, appreciate everybody showing up like they do every single week. And if you guys want to say what's up, feel free.
What's up, y'all?
Hey, what's good?
Hey, Ray, stay gay.
Y'all hear me?
I can hear you now.
What's up, man?
Nothing. So how you guys doing today? Doing pretty good?
Yep. Chilling. Did you guys watch the draft yesterday?
Hell yeah, we did.
Did we? Hey, as Lakers fans, how do we feel about the pick we got?
Hey, I like both our picks. Yeah, I like both our picks.
Trust in Bus and trust in Rob, okay? If they say they the fit, they the fit.
Hell yeah, appreciate it, Richard. Thanks, man.
Eamon Thompson and Asur, bro, they're both my guys, bro. They came to my middle school one time.
Wait, for real?
Salute, Holly.
Yeah, they went to
Salute Holly, salute Steph, salute Richard, salute John, salute Al, salute to all you guys, man. Appreciate you all showing up, man. Like I say, Jeff ain't gonna be here tonight, so usually he has a whole deal, speech, everything that he goes on about following us, everything like that. I don't, so I'm just gonna say that the posts are gonna post here in about 20 minutes. Like I always say, I always say, feel free to follow what you want to follow, man. Everybody's gonna be there. Follow us, follow Sergio, Eric, anybody, Ray, everybody on the panel. I mean, the link tree's on there. It's going to pop everybody's links up out of there here in about 20 minutes or, well, another 10 minutes. But the bottle posted. Feel free to give anybody a follow outside of that. Like I say, you know where to follow us every single Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Eastern. I always say if you want to join the Discord, feel free to join the Discord. Outside of that, we'll get to talking about some Raiders and maybe some of the draft talk. What I was going to say about the draft talk real quick is like, I like Maxwell, man. Like I was trying to tell when I was sitting here talking with Eric, I feel like that dude, when he plays and how smooth his transitions and the ways that he goes, everything like that, I swear he reminds me of a fucking globetrotter, dude. Like a fucking globetrotter.
He's skinny. He's just skinny.
Dude, he got
hit the weight.
Dude, and he's got that finesse with the ball. Like the thing about him that I like is just he looks real smooth, man. He makes it look a little too easy. The thing about Jalen is like I like Jalen a lot, man. I think he's a good player. He just don't shoot very good from the outside. Really good mid-range shooter, inside, outside, jumper shot off the keys. Like good player in there, but like I say, I think in time he'll develop for sure, but I think he's got a lot more to offer. Yeah, he's got a lot to offer because he's got good assists, good vision. He's got a good little get off the corner shoot hook. I mean, like I said, we're not here to talk basketball, but I'd love to talk it for sure.
Well, most definitely.
Yeah, I mean, shit. Like I said, I think we're gonna be all right, man. We're gonna get here pretty quick and be all right. We can talk about it here in a little bit. We can bring it
Right,
back up in a little
most definitely, Dustin. And good to think about it, bro. At least we didn't get no 38-year-old point guard this year,
bit. Hey, that's
like some
fact.
teams, like some
And
teams
give
did.
up give up
They gave up.
pool
That was
for
a lot for
frickin'
that trade, though. That was a lot.
I can't believe that. That shit was
All that
crazy
for
for
a
me,
backup
man. I
point
think
guard.
that's hella crazy.
No, he's starting for
I
that
was
money.
not.
He's
When I
starting.
heard that, when
They
I
give him
heard that
for the
trade
free?
happen and Poole was part of it, the GM just said a few days ago that he wanted to see Poole there for 4 years, you know, maybe more. Then he trades that fool to Wizards. Like that guy's a
Yeah,
coyote over there. I watch out for that
right.
fool.
He got
Yeah,
sent
that
to
fool
just
be like,
he got sent to just to hell. But watch out.
yeah,
But
straight
watch out
dude.
this
Like
season, y'all. Jordan Poole averaging 45 points on Wizards this year. Watch out.
I know that'd be so crazy, man. That'd be crazy. I can't believe that. Right here, Matt. Yeah, man, I just can't believe that they made that trade, or you know, like I just can't believe that happened. I was mind blown when I seen Chris Paul over there. I was like, what the hell? What, Curry ain't a fucking point guard no more? But they're gonna bring him off the bench. But outside of that, you know, like I say, we're here tonight, man. We got a lot of things to talk about. Got a lot of good things to talk about. So I think we're gonna start off with Sergio's topic because that's kind of where we're at tonight, is on placing on the wide receivers, looking at them, being able to just kind of see who we think is going to make our team. We're going to do it over a few positions. I think we're going to do it over wide receiver, cornerbacks tonight, just talk on them for a little bit. Outside of that, I mean, I don't know, Sergio, do you want to start it off, or what do you want to do, man?
Yeah, I mean, like, I guess since
And
you guys was
I don't
kind of
know. I didn't see what it meant right there. It said stat prediction. Are you guessing players' stats, or?
I mean, well, yeah, if we were like evaluating, like if we had like whoever our like starting receivers are, like I was wondering like because of like the offense we have now, like what kind of like stats do we think like Adams is gonna get this year? Jacoby, Renfro, Tucker, whoever we think is gonna be like the fifth receiver. Since like because like I've been like seeing around before like we got into what was gonna be like the main
All
discussion
right, let's
is like
do
talking
this
about
real
the
quick. Let's
receivers.
do this real quick. Can you pull up a depth chart real quick for the Raiders with the people on it? Let's go over who's on there real quick, and then let's all talk as a group here and see who we think's going to make the team. Then we'll talk about the stats. All right?
All right.
Because then that way it gives us all like who we all know who's going to be here, and then then you can go with like how you feel that's going to go.
I mean, there's already four.
I swear.
Right?
Hey,
There's already four
I
locks.
looked over right here. I thought my woman was right here. I was like, what the fuck, dude? I was like, crazy.
All right, I got it up.
All right, let me grab it right here. All right, hell yeah. All right, so basically, I'm pretty sure I got a list of them. So if there's somebody not on this list, let me know. So basically, it's Adam, Lacey, Wilkerson, Myers, Dorsett, Sims, Renfro, Carter, Tucker, and DJ Turner. Right? Did I leave anybody else off that?
Let
Say it one more time.
Jacoby.
So basically, this is the guys I got: Adams, Cole, Lacey, Wilkerson, Myers, Dorsett, Sims, Renfro, Carter, Tucker, Turner.
Oh yeah. All right, yeah.
That should be it.
All right, so Dustin, if he shows up on here, I'm going to laugh at Sebastian. What happened? So how do you feel about this? All right, so basically, Adams is pretty much a lock, right? We all agree Adams probably going to be a lock, right? Outside that, I don't think there's anything.
Myers lock, Dorsett
So
lock, Renfro lock.
Myers.
That's
Well,
4.
let's say, do you guys think that Myers is a lock?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Easily.
The
All right.
reason we paid him.
And then so then Renfro.
Yeah.
Do you think he
Yeah.
makes the team, or do you think he's traded, or is he locked?
Bearing a trade, he's a
I
lot.
don't think they're trading him.
No.
All right, so a 3. Oh yeah, I get it, Richard. You're saying from last night's live, dude. I was over there with William. We did a live last night. I did it with him for a while. It was a pretty good live. It worked out pretty good, everything like that. So, like I said, and I remember that. You're right. I remember that. All right, so do we think Keelan Cole is a lock?
No.
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 Does he make the team?
No.
Practice squad.
Maybe. Yeah.
Do you think he goes to the practice squad?
Yeah.
Yes. Worst case scenario.
You don't think he gets cut?
No.
But cut and sign the practice squad more than likely.
All right, do you think Dorsett's a lock?
Yeah.
Honestly, yes.
What I'm doing there.
Let's go, Mookie.
What do you think? What do you think, Sergio?
Yeah, I think he'll be on the team.
Do you think Carter is a lock?
Where's he
No.
at? Where is he at? No.
Do you think he makes the team?
No.
Same here.
Boy, that's tough. I think he 100% makes the team, but
No. Who else do you on there?
these,
Cam Simmons?
they're not going to run. Like, he's been the main kick and punt returner in camp right now. Like, he's been the only guy outside of Tucker running it. So I don't know. That's going to be a tough one. We'll have to wait till camp. But so do we think that Tucker is Tucker a lock?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Does he's a lock to make the team? 53-man
Yes.
team.
Yep.
Yes. No debate.
All right. Do you think Sims is a lock?
He's a big body receiver. I'd
Yeah.
say yeah.
No.
Yeah. Same.
So you're saying that he's a lock as on the 53-man team or on the practice squad?
On the official roster.
All right. Do you think Lacey is locked?
Who's
No.
that? Chris Lacey? No.
Is he cut? Practice squad? What?
Practice
Okay.
squad.
All right.
There we go.
Wilkerson. Is Wilkerson a lock?
Where's he at?
No.
No.
Is he make the practice squad?
Which one are we on?
No.
Wilkerson.
Well,
Oh, no, he's cut. He's cut.
I think
Is
he's
DJ
cut, yeah.
Turner? Is DJ Turner a lock?
I forgot
Practice
about him.
squad. Practice squad.
Quality practice squad.
You go on a practice squad.
All right. So according to you guys, we're gonna have 7 wide receivers. We're not having 7 wide receivers. That's not happening.
7.
Wait,
Where did 7 come from?
That was
Yeah,
seven?
that's not gonna happen.
There's
Um,
7 in total right now.
All right.
Then we have to cut. Do we say Cam Sims is a lock?
Yeah, we
I
did.
have no clue.
Yeah.
I think he's
Um,
practice squad then.
So who are your tight ends? Is Hooper a lock?
Yeah.
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 We all know the Adams is
All right. Is
course.
Meyer's a lock, right?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Yeah.
Is Howard a lock?
OJ? Surprise cut.
right.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree. It might be a surprise cut.
Same.
Is Horsted a lock?
Yeah.
Here,
What are you doing there? My apologies. The dog show up again. Gosh dang it. Who left the door open and back? That's all I gotta know. Sorry about that. My apologies. On sec.
You good, Dustin?
I don't know. It's conflicting big time because I don't see there's um. All right. Either way, we're basically saying that Cole's probably going to be a practice or cut. Lacey's practice or cut. Wilkerson is pretty much cut. Carter, you guys saying cut. Turner going to go back to the practice
Cam
squad.
Sims is a practice squad or a rotational player within, I don't know, depending on injuries, because we have 2 or 3 receivers that are injury prone, in my opinion. Or maybe like 2, actually.
Right.
Because you got to look at that at a certain point.
Right.
Because if one goes on the IR, that's where one pops in.
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be tough because. So you think that Howard's going to be a cut?
Yeah. Well, a surprise.
For who? For who?
Let me see. Let's look right now.
Who is he going to be cut for?
I'm looking right now at the tight end. See, it's Oscar, Malcolm May, OJ Howard. Jesper.
There's other tight ends here.
I forgot. Okay, Cole Featherington. That's practice squad, and Jesper. That's practice squad as well. Because they were there last year.
Horsted didn't do jack shit last year. I mean,
because Horster, that's the one from Princeton. That's the Ivy League one.
He's the guy that's he's a wide receiver turned tight end.
Yeah.
He was on the team last year, but he only came in because of injury for the most part.
Yeah,
and I mean,
injuries and
Sims is
death.
the same type of player. Sims is the same player as him. Like Sims and Horsett are the exact same player. I mean, you can turn Sims tight end, which he's played, and Sims is wide receiver. I think those two are going to battle out and see who's going to end up on that spot. I mean, if they're dumping Howard, that's a tough deal because, I mean, if you're just being honest, Mayer can't block, dude. So he's going to have to learn to block. He's not a fucking polished blocker. Horsted's not even a blocker. He's a fucking tight end receiver. So cutting Howard, man, would just say that Hooper is your dominant blocker with Mayer learning as they go.
Mayer could be a tight end 1 right away. We don't know.
Tight end 1, I mean, you can be tight end whatever the fuck you want. If you can't block, you can't block. I care less what his fucking number is. I mean,
he could block
you,
right
you
away.
still have to have the experience. You still have to learn it. You still got to be able to do it. He ain't done it in the years in college. Why would just this year he just learn it right now? You know, like I get how people think.
Block at all.
I'm not saying that. Mayer is not a developed blocker. Pull it up. Bring up articles right now and read it. Like, I guarantee it. I know it for a fact. No, hell no.
Who's better than Mayer?
You're saying, like, run blocker? This dude's the best run blocker in the fucking college. Is that what you just said? He's not the fucking best run blocker in college. I don't know where the hell. I don't know where that came from, but
I don't know where it's coming from. Where Mayer just sucks at blocking all of a sudden.
Morning. Sorry about that. I do my charger.
What the hell just happened? All right,
Keep going. Keep balling you. There you go.
All right, speak on your stats. I'm going to get the deal. Speak on your stats. Do what you got to do.
Okay.
All right, on the receiver stats, you mean?
Yeah.
All right, so the topic is, if we don't want to go into like too much depth, if we can just talk about maybe like maybe I guess right now, to make it easier, we can just talk about like this top three receivers we have now, which is obviously Adams, Myers, and Renfro.
Mm-hmm.
If we're gonna look at what we have now and with the team and how we build around it, does anyone here think that Adams would get even as close to the yardage that he got last season, or no?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Let's go on too.
Uh,
I don't think so.
now
I
he's so
think,
talented that it shouldn't matter. Who's don't
yeah,
that shouldn't matter
I
yeah,
think
I
he
don't
doesn't
think
care
so.
about numbers. He cares about winning, and that should be the
about
motive.
Yeah,
W's.
yeah. I don't think it would matter either. I really don't think it'll matter to him with the stats. I really don't.
Okay. How about in touchdowns? Do we think he might have a similar amount of touchdowns, or would that
Maybe,
drop because how much more receivers we added?
maybe, yeah. It'll
I
do
think
the same amount.
at that point, the receiving core is like, I mean, like the ball was like. Here's the thing, though. When we talk about last season, we're talking about like a dysfunction team because
Yeah,
we were fluctuated with a lot of injuries, and so the only main target we had was Adams and I guess Matt Collins, in which that led Matt Collins to being the second best receiver on the team. And so I personally believe like Adam, like I feel like overall, I feel like it's gonna be more spread out than anything because there hasn't like in the Patriot system, there really hasn't been one specific guy that's had the most amount of touchdowns, like that just like goes out for 1 year and does that all the time. I just feel like that like last year's team was just so underperformed due to the fact of injuries, which led to Devontae being the most force-fed player on the team and in the NFL as like he was led in targets mostly by Carr and I honestly just think overall like just as like I think he's not gonna get that many touchdowns. Maybe like he'll get his like probably like 10 or something. I don't even know. Like pretty sure he got what 20 last year.
maybe.
I think.
I don't
But
remember to be exact. I really don't remember.
regardless of it, just like Devontae is just like I think like how I said earlier, he just cares about winning more than anything. So
Yeah,
honestly, he could care about stats. He's already shown that he's a top receiver.
yeah.
Okay.
He had 14. Okay.
He
All right,
did.
14.
He had 14. I thought he had more than that. I thought he had like
Yeah, I
20.
thought so
No,
too.
he had 14.
Yeah.
Dang. Alright, alright.
So then definitely not. He might have like maybe 8, in
Yeah,
my
that's
opinion.
if for him. That for him, that's still good because, like you said, he cares about
Yeah,
W's, not stats.
yeah.
3 seasons over 1,500. So
That's a good thing.
Right. And the thing about it is that it don't matter. It don't matter who under center. Like he's that talented that. Hey,
mhm.
let's just say, like,
And at that
let's just
point,
say,
even
hey, no, I'm saying,
I was
let's just say Aiden O'Connell is under center opening night. Hey, he can make anybody look good.
gonna,
Okay.
I mean, yeah, he
Yeah.
said that himself.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to Jacoby Myers,
Ooh,
so I think the most
Jacoby.
Jacoby's ever had was like a
this was
little
his
over
best year.
800 yards.
Last year was his best year with the Patriots, 800
So
something.
because he's technically the wide receiver 2 now,
Mm-hmm.
do we think he'll get maybe close to 1,000, under 800, maybe like just at the 800 range again?
I'll give
Maybe
I'll give
maybe at
Jacoby.
800.
I'll give him like either 800 flat or like 820, 830. Like he'll dance around 800s.
Yeah, that's what I think so
Yeah.
too.
And what about touchdowns? He usually doesn't have a lot. I think the most touchdowns he's had is like 6. Do we think because he has
I'll give him
Adams
4.
now, he'll get more touchdowns, or would it still
He's
be the
not a
same?
he's more of a yardage guy. He's not a touchdown or anything like that. He's probably had the worst red zone like efficiency I've seen. I think he's a yardage guy, so I think like less than 4.
All right. Now for Renfro,
Did he
like,
say
let's
that
just say-
Jacoby Myers? Did I just hear that right? That Jacoby Myers is only going to get 4 touchdowns?
Yep.
In the season or what?
I mean, where else would he get it in the fucking off season?
Nah, in Madden.
No, I've seen more. No, I've seen in total of the whole season. In the entire season, they get 4.
I mean, I can't tell if we're gonna make the playoffs or not. That's something that we are destined to.
I think he's going to get more than 4 touchdowns. I mean, there's not doubt in my
that's
mind. I
what
mean,
I'm saying, like,
it's the
I
best.
don't think.
It's
I
the
think
best wide
like-
receiver he's ever played with, Devontae Adams. He's going to open
I
up in
think
the
like
field.
6.
I think he's. Yeah, I think he'll be between 6 and 8. I mean, he had
Yeah.
fucking 6 under Matt Patricia last year, dude. I mean, I sure hope Josh can get him more than 6.
I mean, I was like 4 in total of the whole season. I don't think that.
I mean,
I've
if you
seen
could
more
name me a
6.
top receiver on the Patriots that year that you trust the otherwise with the ball,
Keep throwing at him and not, or throwing to fucking
Yeah.
Devontae, and then not people start honing in on that shit, dude. Like, that's not gonna happen like that. I keep saying last year the way they played versus this year the way they're gonna play. Devontae probably ain't gonna end up with those touchdowns no more than
they're definitely gonna
Josh
play
is
a
gonna
lot
end up with
this year.
those. Yeah, exactly. I mean, for getting Jacoby, that would be a waste of fucking money. That'd be a waste of $11 million. I mean, how many do you think Renfro's gonna get? Fucking
He's
2?
gonna be probably more than Jacoby, depending on how they use him in the slot. And he's a red zone threat.
Yeah.
Can't tell me otherwise. He's the best short route runner in the NFL.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say he's one of them for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Him and Cup.
You're on draw.
That's another thing too. Does anyone think that? Okay, so here's another question: Is Jacoby just automatically kind of deemed to get more yardage than Renfro?
Damn, that's hard.
What was the question? I didn't hear it. What was it?
Is he going to
Do you
get more
think
yards than
that
Renfro?
Jacoby is like basically destined at this point to get more yardage than Renfro?
In my opinion, yes, 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a bigger body player, deep. He can run deep, dude. He plays downfield. He's played a 1 and 2 wide receiver in New England. I would say 100%. I mean, unless they're just strictly going down here in drags and curls and fucking in and out routes, dude. I mean, I don't see how he's going to beat Jacoby. Jacoby with Devontae, they're going to be 1-2 in the outside. Tucker will probably change with him. Jacoby's going to go into the inside. I mean, I think for sure Jacoby's going to be the number 2 wide receiver.
If Jacoby plays in the slot 100%, because I was just looking at it because the Patriots' most successful wide receivers came from the slot.
Huh.
That was under Tom Brady too, and they had Julian Edelman and fucking. I mean, I don't know. I would have to go look at that. I don't think the slot receivers had more yardage than the main receivers. I would have to look that up. I don't know.
I mean, Edelman was their best receiver.
I would bet on that it isn't. I mean, Gronk was in there at the time. Fucking numerous people. So I would to sit and say the slot receiver was cracking out the most yards. I don't know if that would be a good deal.
I mean,
You
we
know,
could pull up.
and
We
then
could pull up Julian Edelman's stats.
Okay.
yeah, but you would have to pull up the team. So what you'd have to do, pull up the team, what year they had those stats, who were out there, things like that. Because if
They had-
Julian
they
Edelman was
had-
getting those type of yards, then I would have to imply like it was probably like Renfro type shit why he got those yards because of the lack of
But they were
players.
in a
I mean,
system. That's what made the Patriots successful because he was in a system that was all systematic. Like how we say, the Patriots always had a successful system. So what they're doing right now is not. I mean, like they've never like. I'm not to say that Devontae is like their best receiver they worked with. I mean, shit, they had Randy Moss, but it's like
Yeah. You're on wrong.
yeah, they had Randy Moss for 1 year.
No, I thought it was more than 1 year. I thought it was like 2 years, wasn't it?
So from what I've been looking at, right now I made it to 2018, but since 2018, the receivers that had the most yardage have been receivers in the slot.
Okay.
No kidding.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean that's crazy. I wouldn't have never guessed that.
No.
I mean, that's saying that they got yards over Gronk and all that. I highly
Yep.
doubt that. I highly doubt that.
I'm looking at it right now.
So they carried over 1,000 yards. The slot receiver was 1,000 yards.
Edelman.
I mean,
Edelman has,
fucking
like,
Gronk
70
had 1,000-yard seasons, dude. Like
He's definitely
that's
had. He's
crazy.
definitely had 1,000-yard seasons.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, 2019, Julian Edelman had 1,117.
Damn.
How many times did he do that?
Like how many receptions?
No, how many times did he hit 1,000 yards?
Like 7 times. I
4
think.
times.
Or
4.
4. I'm over exaggerating.
Yeah,
I mean,
And that's just the player he is. He's a
Deal.
slot receiver. That's what Renfro is, a slot receiver.
Yeah, but so he only had it 4 times, right?
Mhm.
So who was the other slot receiver that had it fucking 11 times? Because implying these stats would say
Well, we would have to go back to
these
when
have to be
Wes Welker
choice
was on the
picked
team.
stats because these have to be choice picked in years because that would be implying from 2001 or 2002 when Josh took over and coming till now that we're implying that the slot receiver only had 4 1,000-yard seasons. Gronk had 1,000-yard seasons, so I'm trying to figure out, did he have the yards more than Gronk in the same year? Like, did Gronk have 1,000? He had 1,000.
I mean, Gronk also only had 4 1,000-yard seasons.
But did they have him in the same years?
I mean,
Yeah,
when
check
Edelman
that.
was on the team, definitely.
Check it out real quick.
Where is?
If they had him in the same year,
What
then
year-
I would
what
want to
year do you
know
wanna-
who had
you
the
wanna-
more yards. Was it Gronk
wait,
or
wait.
was it Edelman?
You wanna start from when they were on the team or when Josh was coaching?
I'm just saying we're talking about 4 years here. Is what obviously that's the window apparently, and I'm trying to figure out in the 4 years was Gronk in the same time as them, and if he was, did Gronk have more yards than him in that year? Is what I'm trying to figure out.
They never
And
had
then-
1,000 yards at the same time.
Yeah, so it was 8 separate years of football that they carried 1,000 yards,
Alright.
right?
Mhm.
So if it's 8 separate years at 1,000 yards, that means Gronk held it 4, they held it 4. So tight end held it half as many as they did so far.
Let me
So
go see
then that would be
what
8
that
years
is.
out of 23 years, or well, 20, roughly 21, 20, 21 years.
So
Okay.
Gronk,
Yeah, I'm just looking
Gronk
at
had-
both
Gronk had
Edelman
his
and
1,000
Gronk's
yards.
careers, like just those two alone.
Gronk had 1,300 yards in his sophomore year, and And then 2014, 1,000, 2015.
So no wide receiver ever had over 1,000 yards.
I'm about to go check Edelman right now.
Because this is crazy to imply that the slot receiver was the most dominant over Josh's fucking 20 years. 20 years. I mean, it's damn near 18 years of fucking calling, and that's tough. That's hella tough to believe. Because between Edelman and Gronk, it's 8 years, 1,000 yards each way, 4 years.
Sound wrong.
And I would just wonder, does a wide receiver in there have it too or not?
I'm pretty sure Wes Welker was a slot receiver.
Wes Welker,
Yeah.
yep. I forgot
So
about
that. Since Wes Welker has been on the Patriots, the leading receiver has just always been the slot receiver.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's either the receiver or the slot receiver or the tight end.
I didn't.
Yeah, so it would have been Randy Moss 1 year, fucking Gronk 4 years, and the other years them.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wes
crazy.
like
held up
after
5 times. He beat them all.
So like after the Randy Moss season, it's just been slot receivers after that.
Hell, I bet Gronk played in the slot.
Went from Welker to Edelman to Myers.
Yeah, Myers ain't even done nothing good anyways. I mean, like I said, he's just slowly been gaining over the last few years. His best year was under Matt Patricia, fucking period. So, like I said, it is what you'll hope and see what you get from him. And then I just think where he'll have success is just because he hasn't played with a guy like fucking Devontae yet. So
he had a better year with Josh. He had 60 more yards.
He had 6 fucking touchdowns under fucking Matt Patricia.
Oh well, I mean we're talking about yardage. We're talking about yardage. Then
I'm talking about touchdowns, and the yardage is 60 yards. I can give 2 shits about 60 yards.
60 more yards.
The touchdowns where his deal is at.
From the red zone.
Yeah, his touchdowns under was the highest under Matt Patricia.
Oh boy.
And that's why I just say, and that was in his what was that? His 4th year? Was that his 4th year playing there?
Yeah.
It took him 3 years to get his first NFL touchdown.
Really?
Yeah, that's why I say he's always been horrible in the red zone.
Oh
massive.
God.
Red zone.
The only thing I've said is that, and I'm not saying like he's horrible. It's just he don't get in there. That's the problem. So the thing is like him being here with Devontae, I just think he's gonna have more chances. It's gonna be whoever the quarterback is, and if they see him open or if he is open, because even with Devontae being out there, he still has to get open. You know what I mean? And this is the shit that I keep saying is you got dudes like Tucker that's gonna come in. He's gonna get fed the ball. You got dude like Dorsett that's been here, another big body dude that's been downfield, got speed.
A really good system. They got everything set up.
You know, Carter. The problem, Carter. Like if we're not bringing Carter here, then that means and Turner ain't here. Tucker and Renfro are gonna be your fucking special teams players. Like that's who's gonna be punt and kick return. So everybody's fucking narrative of, oh, we don't want fucking Renfro receiving balls. Well, tough shit. That's how it's going to work, because if Carter's not there, there's not going to be another dude here that's going to go over Renfro and special teams. And if it's not Renfro and you're putting somebody else there, I mean, you're probably hurting your team at that point, because it would probably be Tucker and Carter, which would probably make the most sense just because of their speed. And Carter's had success in the special teams. So, I mean, that like I said, it'd be a tough deal here. I mean, and mayor or not, I mean, I've heard a lot of it. I mean, even like in the things I've read, it's not that they say that he's bad at blocking. They just say that he needs to learn how to block in the NFL is all. That's all they've said mostly about him. And I'm not implying like not the best or worst blocker. I'm just saying from what I've heard from what they talk about him and where he's going to come into the NFL, he's still got to learn how to block from here. He's not polished like Howard is. Howard obviously has been in this NFL for a long time. Motherfucker knows how to block. So I think it's going to come tough, because Horsted and Sims, I mean, if you're taking Sims if you're putting Sims on the team, then Dorsett and other people like that. I mean, people have to come off the team. Somebody has to come off the team. They're not going to run fucking 11 dudes.
Crazy?
They're not running 11 dudes between the wide receivers and tight ends. Like in wide receiver tight ends, I can see them running like nine. You know, I think that would be the number. 9 would probably be the number. Like maybe 10, but 9 would probably be it. 5 receivers, 4 tight ends, 6 receivers, 3 tight ends. Like I think 9 is the number. So then if you're going in there, I mean, like I said, Myers, if you got Renfro down there inside, I mean, Myers has been down there inside, but again, he's been with Josh and them in that system for over 3 years. It's not like he has not played with Josh before. It's not like Myers is coming from there with the success that he's had or what he did, and then say like, well, he hasn't got to play with Josh, so he's going to be great here. That's crazy. He's played with them for 3 years. He knows Josh's system. He knows the way he's played. I'm not going to sit and say he hasn't produced in it, dude, but I mean, touchdowns matter, dude, when you're down in there. I mean, that shit matters massively, but I guess if you're getting down into like the 5-yard and giving it to Stevenson and them and they're pounding it in, then I guess you can do that. I guess that would count, go that way, but I didn't watch the game to be able to say that.
I was gonna say, you and Sergio, I want to know, like, seriously, I feel like if you really look at this, like, I don't know if I'm wrong or not, but like, besides Devontae, really, and I guess if you want to say Tucker and maybe Dorsett, everyone that's probably a projected guaranteed 53-man spot on the roster is a slot receiver. Like, if we're really looking at it, Turner or Carter, Renfro, Myers, Dorsett, in my opinion, they're all slot.
Tucker.
That's where I feel like they're getting their most success from. The only reason why I didn't say Dorsett and Tucker is because, well, for one, they're both deep threats, so they could be on the outside regardless. But I'm saying,
but that's like saying Adams too. Adams can play in the slot. So I don't think you can. I don't think you can look at it like that. Yeah, I don't think you can look at it like that. I think if you're going to look at it like this in that situation, you have to dive deeper, go to the stat line, pull up the fucking percentage of where they're at in the 1-2 and slot, and then see where their percentage is. Because we can imply that, yes, I agree that most of them are slot players, but Tucker's never even taken a snap here. They've already implied numerous times that he'll be playing in the 2 and inside. And again, Adams has played inside his fucking whole entire career, and he's been outside number 1 wide receiver the whole time. So, like I said, a guy playing there and playing where they're at, I would say like Dorsett, what's his percentage in the slot versus the outside? I mean, and again, if you're fucking running 5 slot receivers, dude, with no outside players besides Devontae, I don't know, that might get in trouble. Like, you might get in trouble with that type of shit. I mean, what are you going to run? Midget football? We're going to play midget football this year? Like, fucking what we're going to do? Fucking bring in 5'8", 5'10" fucking dudes and go get them?
Yep.
I mean, I know Dorsett will be used in the outside and inside. I mean, there's no doubt about it.
That's why I said maybe
Mayer will be outside, inside. Tucker will be outside, inside. Carter, I mean, even if he made the team, I think he'd just be special.
Carter's 100% slot if he does get a positional spot.
I think he'd just make the team. I think he wouldn't even take snaps unless somebody's hurt.
If there was an injury, that's what I said, injury-wise.
Because I think Renfro would be the dominant slot if you're trying, and then using Myers on the outside with Adams. And then that worst case scenarios, you're bringing Myers and Renfro down in there, and then probably using like Dorsett, Tucker on the outside with Adams, like shit like that. I can see that 100%, So, but again, like, you're gonna probably be bringing Renfro in that third down, dude. Like, so he's gonna be.
And that's the thing. That's why I think. That's why we all agree that Jacoby's gonna have a better year than Renfro, just off the fact that in a certain personnel that only just off of anything like Jacoby is the most rotational player beside
But this is
Adam.
the thing nobody's even taken into consideration. Like, this is the thing that people don't think about in football, that they always just think about players' names and so on. In football, nobody's even brought up any type of deal about the quarterback. The quarterback, just because Renfro is a good player, does not mean he's going to throw the ball to Renfro. Like, there's a lot of quarterbacks that lock in on individual players, dude. Don't even look at play people that way. Go through progressions, like 1, 2, 3, 4, and fucking then going back. Like, they may be getting rid of it between 1 and 2, never looking 3 and 4. Like, that's the only thing. Like, I don't know how Jimmy looks. I don't know how he's played with them. I don't know if he sees him open, if he's gonna look him up and try to go deeper, shorter. Like, I don't know. Like, you have to also take a lot into consideration that when Derek Carr was here, he fed that shit to Renfro. Like, that's his best friend, dude. Like, that's his best friend. Like, there's big time differences when players are brought with these dudes and are fucking brought up with them and feeding them, and all these random dudes coming to a team together. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's gonna be a lot of differences in there.
And that's the
His
thing.
favorite player might be Myers, not Renfro. Or it could be Renfro, not Myers. Do you know what I mean? Like, we don't know who it's going to be yet.
And the thing is that Jimmy is also kind of like that. But I feel like when you say progression, I feel like he doesn't look the same as Carr. 100% not. He doesn't. He's like he doesn't target deep a lot most of the times. I agree. Like, but I think more so he looks in the inside too, because like when he was on the Niners, the most productive I believe is from the slot, because like Emmanuel Sanders for one had a really good year with them in that Super Bowl run, and even Debo plays in the slot too most of the times. And then the last 2 years they had I think Jawan Jennings was playing the slot most of the time. He always looked short, and that was one of the things about the Niners.
Man, I get people made an assumption that Jennings would be the quarterback. Like, I get that point. Like, I get we brought him here to be that guy, but I feel again people are just neglecting what he did. Like, people are neglecting this guy's timeline, dude. Like, his timeline from the year before last. He was fucking up there. What did they do? Did they go to the Super Bowl? Was that the year they went? No, it wasn't that early, huh? It was a while back.
2018 season was when he went
to
the Super Bowl.
Exactly. So that's what I was saying. I was about to say the wrong deal. So last year, when he came out of the season, they were getting ready to get rid of him. They didn't even want him. They didn't even give him a fucking playbook to even practice with the fucking team or even know that they were going to roll with Trey Lance. And that's saying the year before him playing, they were already made up their mind. No matter how well he played, where he got him, what he did, they were rolling with Trey fucking Lance.
Before that, he got them to the NFC Championship.
Damn right. That's what I was going to say.
They would
That's
have went
exactly
to the Super Bowl if their defender just caught that interception.
Yep, and that's what I was going to say, because I thought it was the Super Bowl, but it was the NFC Championship. That what?
Are you telling me Jimmy had a good playoff performance? Because we could look at Debo Samuel.
No, what I'm saying is that what are you talking about? What did you just say?
Because you guys just said that Jimmy took the team to the the NFC Championship, but Case Keenum took the Vikings to the NFC.
You're not even paying attention to the conversation apparently, because I have to say about what he did with them over there. What I said is over there with them, because that's what he fucking did. Then the very next year, they cut the fucking dude and take his playbook away. That's what I fucking said. I give a shit about him going there and playing there with them. I said he played good, and they already made their mind that they were gonna roll with Trey fucking Lance. So they already took his playbook away. They were looking for a fucking trade to get rid of him with. Everything. They enter the fucking year. Trey Lance gets injured, and they were like, "Whoa, hey, come here, Jimmy. Like, come here real quick. Fucking get over here." So they bring in Jimmy. They fucking give him back his shit. Let him go back out. Take over the fucking team. So he takes over the team. He's playing well. Niners are like, "Oh man, Jimmy's fucking back. He's playing really good. We're gonna extend him and give him a fucking contract." That's exactly what they fucking said. Exactly what they were talking about. And then guess what? Bam, Jimmy gets fucking hurt. Well, all right, see you later, fucking Jimmy. Here comes fucking Brock Purdy. So now you're going to a 7th round fucking player over Jimmy. Been to the Super Bowl, been to the NFC Championship, been a fucking game manager, got a good winning record. All these fucking things. You're gonna go with the dude that never even, he's just barely even in, he's breaking his teeth, dude. There's been a lot of people that are lucky in football. They are just watching this dude play, and they're just outcast this motherfucker right away. They're just like, fuck it, we're not even roll with Jimmy. They've had Jimmy on the team for 7 fucking years. They know how he plays. They're willing to roll with the 7th round quarterback. Then this is what I'm saying. Aiden O'Connell killing it in the fucking deal. This is why I say like Renfro and them type players probably wouldn't even be irrelevant like to those type of numbers with a dude like Aiden. Aiden's more of a fucking downfield kind of risky type player. Feed it in there. He'll go under and so on. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying he's more put it down the field, kind of more riskier plays. But outside of what fucking Jimmy G would do, I strongly believe Aiden's gonna beat this full out, man, because I there's so many things that's got to come into fruition for Jimmy, dude. Like the injuries got to come in. He's got to get back under fucking Josh's system. He knows the playbook standing in the building, but he's yet to make a pass on the field, dude. Like there's a lot of these things. Connell's been taking all these snaps with Devontae, all these dudes, and everybody's saying that he's been just fucking killing it out there. And I've heard massive reports, and I've said this weeks ago on this, that I've heard massive reports that have stated and are very valid fucking deals that if Jimmy comes in after this deal and he can go play right now, which they've stated that they feel he can go to the field right now, if he ain't even at the same fucking spot as Aiden, they're not going to roll with him. That's $20 million back on the books, dude, that can be put anywhere else for corner, fucking linebacker, fucking whatever. You can get to the motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Like, that's a lot of money back on there. And if Jimmy's not even at the same progression, and I keep saying, like, I can most definitely see him not being there. He hasn't even been on the field for the last fucking year. You know what I mean? Like, he hasn't even been on the field for the last year, man. Like, I don't know. That's a lot. And then you're looking at Aiden O'Connell, the 8th fucking rank, or he was the 8th quarterback on the depth chart, dude, and fucking earned the starting job. You know, like, those types of things matter. You know, like, that type of shit matters. And then when he's out there, the thing, like I said, if Jimmy comes out and he's just that much more fluent, things like that, I think you'll roll with them. But at the end of the day, I keep saying this, and and I get it. People keep talking about it, but listen, if I don't fucking care if it's Jimmy or Aiden, and Hoyer's the backup. If an injury happens to either one of these quarterbacks and you end up going to your backup, that's just life. That's the way it's played, dude. You're not getting no rock star backups, dude. You're not going to go win Super Bowls with your backups, dude. Nick Foles going to go up there. He's a starter. I mean, again, we're taking like one scenario and acting like it's just how it's not how the game of football is played. It's not how it's ever been played, dude. So outside of it, if you're rolling with Aiden or you're rolling with Jimmy, you're going to roll with fucking Hoyer as the backup regardless. And you're just going to throw Aiden in there at the end of the year or mid, depending on if they're just losing and getting beat. Like, that's how that shit works, because that's how the NFL works, dude. Like, that's how they've been doing it for fucking years on years. So I'm just saying, like, I think Aiden's ahead of Jimmy at the moment, dude, because one, he hasn't even taken any snaps from any of these players yet, period. I get that they're trying to go off, but I've said it, dude, like the Niners were passing him off for fucking a dude that's fucking first round player, which I mean, I think sucks, but whatever.
The thing about it though, the thing about that situation is, and I've been talking to a lot of Niners fans about it, is Shanahan was mostly pressured by the front office to just start Lance, and Shanahan doesn't even like Lance to begin with, which is why he's probably more fine just rolling with Purdy than Lance.
I don't know about that. Why would they say he doesn't like Lance when he was the one that traded up with the fucking Miami Dolphins to get him? I mean, that wouldn't even make sense. Like,
because the GM traded him up.
I don't know about all that. We're saying that John Lynch went over there and fucking traded up without talking to fucking Kyle Shanahan about his quarterback. Like, I don't see that happening. I mean, I can't see that happening. There's head coaches, man. You ain't fucking with their quarterbacks without them knowing. Like, that's not happening. Like Kyle Shanahan's one of them. McVay, Gruden, like those dudes are they're quarterback guys. Like to say that your fucking owner is gonna go or GM's gonna go in there and take over your fucking deal, what you were brought here for. That's tough. And if that's true, that's crazy as fuck. Why would fucking he even still be there? Why wouldn't he leave? You know, like
Why
that'd be
wouldn't who leave?
crazy.
Shanahan?
No, fucking Kyle. Why wouldn't Kyle leave? Like, dude, when you're the head coach and you're quarterback
Yeah, that's
coach
why I said
and
Shanahan.
an offensive coordinator, like, yeah, I thought you said John. But long story short, I would fucking leave. I'd leave. Wouldn't even be there. But as much as Kyle's got in there, that's tough. I'd have to read on that or find that out because that's a tough one, man. If that's true, I don't buy it, but if that's true, then that's just fucking crazy. Yeah, I can't buy that because Zach Wilson them were on there, dude. In the same year, he went over traded with again, I'm not a Niner fan, so I don't really give a fuck. I know the whole deal.
Again, no Niner fan was happy that Lance was drafted.
Yeah, because don't get me wrong. I said Lance would probably be the better if he got to sit and be developed and so on. But I do believe if Zach Wilson got to be developed, he would have been the better quarterback. I just said with him going to the Jets and Lance going to the Niners, that Lance would have probably had the better career just because he was going to sit and be with Kyle, and then 3 games into last year, he's already fucking done. You know, and then you look in their videos and everything right now, like they're at the fucking tight end deal, the school, everything, and they're all with Trey Lance, not Brock Purdy. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know how that, like I said, I'm not a Niner fan, so I don't really give a shit, but I just think for us, dude, if, see, like, that's the whole thing where I have an issue, like, where I don't believe it, because if the case was that, why did they just hold on to Jimmy like they did and then fucking oust him like they did? You know what I mean?
He was still allowed in the building. He just wasn't given the playbook.
That's right. Dude, that's like being in there and can't play. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't know the plays, you don't know anything, so why are you there? Like, that playbook's the whole reason
was
you're
allowed
there.
to be there. He's just saying, like, they just told him, like, you're not playing, but we can let you in here and just
That's my point. That's my point. He's not playing. You can come sit in the office and look out the fucking window. You know what I mean? Like, but he
was on the field though, like with them.
I know he wasn't playing football with them. No, the fuck he was not. He was not on that field practicing with them. So I don't know where. If he didn't have the playbook, how do you know the plays? Like, that's what I would love to know. If he didn't have the playbook, how the fuck would he know the plays to play with them on the field? And then if he knew the plays to play with them on the field, why didn't they just give him the playbook? From what I read and heard at the time, Jimmy was allowed in the building. He wasn't allowed to play with him. No, he didn't have the playbook, so I don't know how he'd play. So, I mean, that's all I'm saying. And the reason they take the playbook is they don't want you to know the fucking plays to play with the players, like straight up. So then when you leave here and go to your next team, you can't tell them what they're doing this year. Like, that's, so I don't know, man. These are conflicting ass shit because, yeah, it's hella conflicting because you can't be practicing with them, not without the play. I mean, there's no way. How would he know the call? How would he know he won it? So it's not happening. I played football my whole life. It ain't happening. So, I mean, like I said, again, he gets brought here. He is yet to even make a fucking snap. What was the last day he played? What was the last game that he played in? What week?
It was
like week 11.
It was week 12
or 12.
Week 12 was the last week that he played.
Yeah.
And then when did he come in?
He was the starter, and then he got in. Remember, he got injured.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't the starter. Fucking Trey Lance was the starter. So did he come in week 4?
Trey Lance.
No, he came in week 2. Trey Lance got injured the first game.
Week 2
against
week
Seattle.
2. Yeah, so week 2. So he played 11 games. 11 games as the starter. Does it show his stats for the year?
Yeah.
What was his stats last year?
He had in 11 games he had over 2,437 yards. His completion percentage was a 67.2.
Which is pretty much average for the NFL.
He had 16 touchdowns, 4 interceptions.
I mean, that's pretty good.
His passer rating was a 103.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good in the time span there. So what? Brock Purdy took over from week 12. Did he take over in week 12 or week 13?
I think he took over like midway through the
mid game against the Dolphins game.
All right, so do me a favor, pull up Brock Purdy's stats real quick. And then how many games does it say he played?
He played 5.
All right, in 5 games, what's his stat?
1,374 yards, 13 touchdowns, and 4 picks.
It's not Jimmy, bro. It's not fucking Jimmy. It's not fucking Jimmy. His passer
rating was a 107.
It's not Jimmy. It's the goddamn system. It's a clear cut the system, dude. Look at Jimmy had a fucking 24-37 in 12 fucking games, right? Or 11 games, right? So he played in 11 games. He had 24-37, 16-4 with the 103. This fool had 5 fucking games, had a 13-70, 13-4, and fucking 107. Like, he was 3 fucking touchdowns off this fool, 1,000 yards off of him in 5 games. And they're damn near spit and image fucking stats, and this dude's never even played a fucking game in his life in the NFL. That's why I'm saying those type of systems are systematic played, dude. I mean, they're systematic played for players, dude. And I feel like when Jimmy coming here, I've always said, like, I get that Josh is going to bring a scheme. I get all this, but you got to remember that you're in the AFC West, dude. Like, I've always said, like, I get these type of deals. You need to throw, dude. Like, you're gonna need to throw. You need to be able to run. Like, I don't know. Like I said, I've said it. I think Aiden's gonna beat Jimmy, man. I think Aiden's gonna beat Jimmy. You got a fucking player that's never played in the NFL ever in his life, was the 7th round last pick in the draft. He's fucking he's only 1,100 yards off of him in 5 games. So you'd have 6 more games. And in 6 more games, if we just went by what he has here, just in 6 more games of him where he's at right now, he would have been at what? He would have been at 3740. So he'd had 3,000. He would have 3,740 yards. He would have fucking 26 and just say 26 and 10. And then you can just drop a few numbers. So even at 26 and 10 and 11, he would have been just say 22 and 10. Like he dogs him, dude. And that's all I'm saying. In Kyle's system, Purdy would thrive like dramatically. And for me, I feel that way about Aiden O'Connell against fucking. I feel that way with Aiden O'Connell against Jimmy, because Jimmy has so much going against him. I feel, man, like
I mean, when you look at it, Dustin, I mean, it's kind of Jimmy's doing, like, no pun intended, in Vegas, but the biggest bet of his life. I mean, he's betting. He's betting basically his final contract that they can take away if he doesn't pass the physical or doesn't beat Aiden O'Connell, and they can cut him at any point if he's injured again.
Because do you think Aiden's trying to practice right now with anybody, or do you think anybody's even trying to practice with Aiden, or do you think just Aiden leaves, he's practicing on his own, and then they're going to show back up here in, in the next few weeks?
I think if Aiden knows if he has a shot in just being the starter week 1, he's probably doing everything in his power to like train as quickly as possible or try to learn the system as quick as possible.
Yeah, because I'm sitting here looking at the list of like who would practice with them. Like Renfro, I don't know if he would just. I mean, he might just because he's a good dude. I would think like all rookies, like Tucker, Mayer, just because they're all young, trying to come in and win. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know. I mean, it kind of sucks, man, because like I get it that like that Jimmy can be good or not. But let's be real. In 11 games, he had 16 touchdowns. This fool had 13 and 5. You know what I mean? Like the Niners don't just play slouch teams. They're all pretty good teams. It's a pretty competitive league for them. And this dude had fucking 13 touchdowns, 4 interceptions in 5 games. Jimmy had 16 and 4 in 11. You know, and then it makes you think, okay, you want to go to you probably got a lot of rushing touchdowns over there. You know what I mean? So how many rushing touchdowns? Well, I don't know. Let's not even do that. I hate the Niners, so I don't really give a fuck. But you know what I mean? Like that, all that shit's gonna matter when it comes time for us to play Jimmy. Like that's the kind of stuff I'm kind of scared about. But
So, would you still feel confident for how you think the season will be if Aiden's the week 1 starter?
I fucking would still. I put $1,000 on the team, so I mean, I was betting on Aiden the whole time. To be honest, you know, once I figured out he was going to be the quarterback, and seeing the shit that he's done and the way that they were looking at him and trying to, like interviews and just the recruiting, the scouting part, yeah, I feel like we would still have the same success with them because this is why I think we'd have the same success. Is like there's one thing if you're going into camp and you hear about his name like once, right? Like, oh yeah, he looked good today. You know what I mean? Like that type of shit. But you got dudes over here that are like in multiple good players. It's not just a fucking one guy talking up a dude. They have no reason to talk. They didn't talk Chase up this way. You know what I mean? Like they didn't talk him up like that when fucking Derek was here. And I'm just sitting here thinking like, if Jimmy's your dude and he's over here, why are you talking up Aiden the way that they are? Oh man, he's a gunner in the fucking end zone. He nails them in the back corners. He gets them in the drags. This guy sees people in the open field, looks off and looks off back on dudes. Like he drops 25-yard bomb over dude for touchdowns. You know, like all I'm saying is you're hearing one thing after another about this dude. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't even think much about it. But then you're getting dudes like Devontae talking about him. You got guys like Howard and Hooper talking about him, dude. Like you're getting guys that's been in the NFL and they're recognizing a 4th round fucking QB that came from the draft as like, hey, this guy's actually doing pretty well. You know what I mean? Like they don't got to speak shit on him, dude. Like if they feel so much committed to fucking Jimmy, I feel like that, and they would be being like, we can't wait for Jimmy to get here, like our quarterback, shit like that. And I mean, I heard people say like, oh, Hoyer looks good out here, but I only heard that once. You know what I mean? Like I only heard that once, right when they started, and I wouldn't doubt that he did. He knows the system. You know what I mean? So that's all I'm trying to say is like I've always said like I feel there are certain people in the world that just have it, man. Like they just have it. And I look at the way that Tom Brady came in. I'm not saying this dude Tom Brady. I've never implied that one time. What I'm saying is look how he got where he was at. He got there because of Drew Brees getting injured, and then he took over, and then they fucking went on, and there went his dynasty, And I'm not saying Aiden's that type of player. What I'm saying is Aiden's got really good talented players on here. Devontae don't need to talk up a 4th round pick and a rookie for no reason whatsoever. Talks about how good he is, how his vision, the way that he sees. Like there's a lot of things when you're looking at these things. Why I'm starting to believe that he probably could beat him, man, because just of the reasons that I brought right now, man. It's not like Jimmy's just this fucking great quarterback. He plays really good in systematic football. I've said Jimmy's success, dude. It's really hard to sit here and talk about how good he really is when he's played on nothing but top 5 defenses his whole entire career, dude. Like not only top 5 defenses, top 5, top 10, probably at worst. But at the same time, well, I wouldn't say that because in the Niners when he first got there, I would probably say they weren't that good. but at the same time, he's played on pretty dominant defenses his whole career, if not dominant offenses too. So Jimmy's a tough one. He's a tough one because just being here at the Raiders, I've always said, like, people like Jimmy, I don't know if he would work, but I can't say he can't. What I would just argue right now is me as if I was just a coach wise, have to argue the fact that one, he hasn't seen the field since last year. He has no familiarity with any single player on this fucking team at the moment. Yes, does he play good with the Niners and have familiarity with them and all these things? Yeah, he does. He has that. There's nobody's going to argue that or take that away from him. He doesn't have that here. He's never, to my knowledge, played with Hooper, Mayer, Howard, Horsted, any of them. He's never played with fucking Adams, Mayer, Myers, Renfro, Carter. I don't even think he played with Dorsett. I know he didn't. I don't think he did. Then you're looking at Cole, Lacey, Wilkerson, Sims, Tucker, Turner. He ain't played with anybody. He hasn't played with any dude over here. Even include maybe Bolden. Maybe he's played with Bolden and Johnson. Now I don't even know if he's done that because let's be real, that's 7 fucking years ago. So he probably played with Bolden. He probably was on the field with Bolden, if anybody. You know what I mean? So, like, you can know the system and things of this and all these dudes. You have no chemistry with nobody yet. And that's all I'm saying is, like, this is why I've said, like, and the reports that I've heard is that if Jimmy comes back and Aiden's already gelling with them, Jimmy has to catch up to him. And unless that's in a day or two, how is Aiden declining by getting better with the ones? Like, I think it would be smart just to keep him where he's at and let them keep on going, because I think if Jimmy gets out there, right, and say that he knows, like, he has familiarity in there, but if he's not seeing the place the same way and all these things, like, there are a lot of things that have to happen, dude, for Jimmy. Like, a lot, dude. Last time he played in Josh's system, I think was over 8 years ago. You know what I mean? So that's the only reason why I think that, man.
I mean, it is interesting. It would kind of feel like two similar situations, one of them involving a former number 4 taking the starting spot away from a veteran player, and then in the Patriots, where even though he was a first-round pick, where Mac Jones basically took Cam Newton's starting job and got the Patriots to the playoffs. It'd actually be pretty cool if McDaniels can replicate it again, where O'Connell is like another Mac Jones, hopefully better, which I do feel like it can be better.
You know, that's like yeah, and Mac Jones, with the success that they had with him, you know, the thing is like Mac came from the school he came from. He has the most accuracy, this, that, the other. He has a lot of good skill set traits, things. The thing is like where I think Connell's got it up on him is where how he came up. You know what I mean? Like how he came up in the up in it. Like him coming up the way he did, I feel is why I think he has a better chance. It's not like he sat behind good players and got to his spot. It's not those deals. He got where he was at because of the fact that he earned his shit, literally earned it. You know what I mean? Like he literally,
especially since he was playing for a school that isn't known to be that competitive compared to Alabama.
That's facts.
And he's one of the. What was very significant about him is how much he was the leader of a team for Purdue, for how much they were winning, how they had consecutive winning seasons.
Yeah, and that's what I say. You can't take all these things away, and how far down the depth chart he came to get where he was at. I mean, let's just be real. So let's be real and talk about it, right? There are quarterbacks in college that are second on the depth chart and look for the transfer portal to get the fuck out of there. You know what I mean? Like, this dude was 8 and fucking was like, yeah, I'll fucking fight you. And he won. You know what I mean? Like, that's all I'm saying. That's will, man. That's some will. Like, that takes a lot of willpower. Like, And not only that, dude, like people don't understand if they don't play football, dude. Like I've always said, you can't judge heart and emotion on the fucking by looking at somebody. You got to see them in the game, how they act, how that shit takes over them. Are they the motherfucker that gets knocked down? Dudes think they're gonna stay down and they get back up. Like a lot of that shit matters, you know. Like that's the whole problem when like sitting here looking at somebody and trying to gauge them. Trying to gauge them without being in the NFL like that is very hard, man. It's very, very hard. And all I would say is for me is I mean, you have nothing. Let's just be real. You have nothing to lose, dude. Like you have nothing to lose. I mean, you can sign Josh if you can sign Josh, no problem if Jimmy's not here.
I mean, yeah, that would technically, in my opinion, this would be a perfect scenario if O'Connell beats out Jimmy, then you free up all the money that you were going to give Jimmy. Now you have available cash to give a negotiable contract to Jacobs, and that can help out O'Connell massively if, say, he's the starter for the foreseeable future, because that helps out his development, because then he's going to have an excellent run game that can help him out.
That's what I'm saying. It would make him a better player, dude, starting out too. Fucking it would make it, dude, this lady behind me in the U-Haul truck. Mm-hmm. Can you see it in my screen?
Yeah, I see it.
She fucking ran into the pump right there. She's in the fucking pump. She can't get off the pump, dude. Fucking they have hell people over there fucking looking at it. Fucking
why is it where you're at? There's always like that one like stupid.
It's always, bro. I swear. You know, like that's all I say about Jimmy, man. It's like those are the things I keep thinking about. That it's just the rust, the not being on the field, or the chemistry with anybody. You know, like you look at Aiden, he's got ahead of time. You know, like he's already been on the field throwing every snap already. You know, so. That's all I'm saying. I think that's a big, big deal, you know. So, and I've even said it. Don't be surprised, dude, if you find out in OTAs at one point in the OTAs in like week 2 or 3 that Jimmy doesn't show up to camp for a day and Aiden takes number 1 reps. Like, do not be surprised. I've said it, dude. Like, the problem with this camp is there's no contact. There's no fucking getting on dudes. If they get into the next camp where you can put pads up, helmets, and go fucking compete with motherfuckers, I watch, dude. I'm just saying, don't be surprised if there's a day magically Jimmy just ended up for rest day or something of that factor, because I feel like the reason for that day would be is to let Aiden see where he's at, because the way that the contract system works, man, they can drop this fool, you know, like that's all I'm saying. Like, let's be real, $23 million back to us and put wherever that's a lot of money back to our team, dude. And then would Ziegler look like a fucking genius at that point, because of the fact that they were like, okay, if we bring Jimmy in just long enough to get the injury, but we're able to see Aiden for that time, will show that, hey, we either roll with Jimmy because he's, you know, the NFL ready quarterback at $23 million. So you're safeguarding yourself. So all you're doing, you're like safeguarding your draft pick, because you're like, we don't know how good this draft pick's going to be or how good he'll be. But then when he gets here to camp, you're like, okay, hey, look, he's showing up. He's looking pretty fucking good. He's actually playing very well. He's getting acknowledged from the best players in the team, and then fucking comes back, gets suited up, and even playing just as good, if not better. Like, I think it would be a genius move, because it's like, we just dropped Jimmy, picked up $23 million, signed Josh, fucking give him his halfback wide receiver fucking duel, then fucking put the rest of the money to the defense. Like, I think you actually made your team way better. And then the scenario, like people always say, is that, well, if you had your rookie quarterback, you can put your money elsewhere. Well, hey, that would be facts right there. That'd be 100% facts right then and there. So the thing is the reality question, I guess you would have to ask yourself at the end of the day is could he beat Patrick Mahomes, dude? Like, and I would have to argue that he probably could have a chance, because I've posted the post about him with the competitive games that he's played against big time deals, and he's balled the fuck out. 500 yards, 5 touchdowns. Like, the dude hasn't fucking he said turn the camera to the lady. I mean, the deal is fucking up on the side right there, but they're all off of it now. I mean, here, I'll put it out for you guys. It is fucking. I hate doing shit like this, but you see her fucking right there, fat. You know, fucking hit that motherfucker. They're all looking at it like, hey, look at it, fucking. I don't know why they keep walking up and around that fucker. I bet you I can walk over there now and get that off there. You want to know why? Because you want me to show you where I think she's messed up? Look at her front tires. See her front tires how they're kinked outward? If she was to turn her tires the other way and then back up, that no problem. But that's why I get paid to do what I do, and they get paid to do what they do. He said tough
against Mahomes would be tough, but at this point, you just gotta have the perfect game plan to just beat the Chiefs.
And I think that's gonna go for Jimmy and fucking Aiden. The thing I would just say about Aiden, where I would just like, you're young, dude. You got a lot of energy, a lot of height, dude. Like he's not gonna want to have that taste in his mouth, you know. Like there's a lot of things where I feel like Aiden wouldn't want to. I feel like Aiden wouldn't want to get to that point because of the fact, like, I'm just saying, his pedigree speaks. Like he fights, bro. Like he's a fighter. And he's a guy you'd want to go to war with for sure because he doesn't give up. I mean, I think that's why they seeked him out over Duggan and so on, because there were way better players on the board, like, you know, just like as in like how they ranked them. But I mean, I never even thought of Aiden one time. Never even thought of him. Didn't even think he would be an option. But I guess they looked to the depths of like how tough he fought, how hard he fought, things of those factors. So I think that's probably what the defining factor was in the end. I don't know. You want to talk about something else?
Yeah, we can talk about something else.
Yeah, fucking talk about this shit forever. All right, let's go. Well, when Al gets here, he can talk on that fucking deal. Damn, Ray had this Cooper rush to the Raiders. Did you hear about that?
No, I haven't heard about that.
Yeah, I ain't heard about that shit either.
I've been hearing just a lot of stuff. I've been hearing Carson Wentz to the Raiders. I hear some people say, what about Cam Newton? Why Cam Newton? That's like asking if you want Antonio Brown as your next receiver.
You know, did they say Cam Newton?
Yeah, I heard some people say Cam Newton.
Yeah, you would just get worse, dude. They couldn't even make it happen in New England. You think you're going to make it happen here? Like, fuck that shit. Like, I wouldn't even go that route. Not whatsoever, dude. Like, no way, no how. You know what I've been thinking about? And I don't think anybody's brought it up one fucking time, right? If Josh doesn't sign, we've said, like, Fournette, fucking Kareem Hunt, all these dudes. Yep. What about Ezekiel Elliott? Like, no one's brought up Ezekiel Elliott one fucking time. Like, do they just believe that he's just that far gone? Or you go look at him. He's been 1,000-yard back, 900-yard back his whole career. You know what I mean? Like, even with the deal, I think it's more of the money issue, because I've even heard that the Cowboys want to sign him back. But, you know, if they're signing him back, they're not signing him back at $15 million. They're going to sign him back at like $10 million. And all I'm thinking is like, they're going to sign him back for whatever the cap is, because didn't Pollard took the franchise tag, did he not?
Yeah, he signed it.
Yeah, so I think if they were to bring back Zeke, it would probably be for the same money.
What the problem that I've seen that was with Elliott is that his yards per carry and yards per game, like each year, just kept going down. Like they kept
dropping off
lower and lower. I think this year his yards per carry was like 3.5. and it was like they basically only used him to like if he was in the red zone, they just punch it in since he's like big basically. And then for Tony Pollard, they just had him do the yardage.
So I was thinking the same thing. We don't need Zeke when Zeke came into the NFL. The one thing Zeke is good at is getting into the end zone. So I thought about it like, if you were able to get Zeke at like 10 million, right? 10, 8 million. And people are going to say, well, if you're going to give him 10 million, why wouldn't you give Josh? Josh got to sign the fucking tag, dude. Like, we can't give Josh anything unless Josh signs the fucking tag. So if Josh signs the tag, we can give him the $10 million. But if Josh doesn't sign the tag, you can't give him $10 million. So if he's going to choose to sit out, which I think is the stupidest fucking thing ever to do, he's a first round draft pick. We can tag him twice, dude. We can do it not just this year. We can do it next year too. So I don't think that's a good idea on fucking Josh's behalf, dude. So, and we don't need Josh's approval to do it either. That's the point of the fucking tag. So we don't need his okay. So at the end of the day, I think Josh would be smart to sign the fucking deal and play. Now, if he wants to sit out principal reason and just, to try to set a statement, like, let's be real. I think that hurts him. I don't think he gains any fucking deal the following year, like credibility the following year, because they're going to look at it like, you're out of play. You fucking haven't been in the NFL for over a year and you chose to sit out. Like, I think a lot of that shit's going to pop up, dude, where I think if Josh plays, this is what I think. I think Josh would have a better chance of being traded next year if he plays, because if he plays on the tag this year and then he just tells them like straight up, like, hey man, I've already played for you guys. I did what you asked. And now you're going to try to tag me for a second time. Like, fuck that. Trade me. I think they would trade him, because I think they would be like, all right, well, you did what you did the first time. If he sits out, I mean, I keep saying this. Why would the Raiders trade Josh if he sits out? It would make no sense, because let's be real. Right now on the non-exclusive tag, Josh is worth 2 first-round picks. If they sign Josh to the tag and trade him, I've heard they ain't going to get but a second pick for Josh, dude. Like, I've heard it's going to be very hard for him to get a first-round pick for him. So they've said, like, pretty confident he'd probably get a second-round pick. So why would you go and do that? Why would you sign him just to trade him off for a second round, third, fourth, or fourth, fifth, however they want to do that dumb shit? Like, fuck, I don't know. I think you're losing hardcore in that aspect.
Not only that, but even then, if for people that are still thinking that like some type of contract's going to happen with the cap space we have now, the deadline to give him any type of contract is July 17th. And with the cap space we have, that's literally impossible to like give him anything.
And
especially since they're already looking to sign like veteran players like Marcus Peters if they're still
Ziegler said straight out he is not giving Josh a contract this year. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know where, like, I've heard somebody say like, oh, he offered Josh a contract. He just wanted more. I never heard him even offer any contract. Like, where is this contract that was offered to Josh?
I mean, it's kind of like we discussed this week on one of our lives, how Josh has been, and you pointed it out to me, and then that's when I started to realize it, that Josh has been kind of very contradicting in what he's been telling the fan base. Damn right. And it's facts, dude, because that's how I feel. That's how I feel the same way, because it's like, okay, he says he wants more guaranteed, right? When you say that you want more guaranteed, to me, and the way my mind thinks, it means that you got offered a contract and they didn't give you enough guaranteed money. That's what I'm taking from it. But from what I'm hearing is there's never been a contract given to him. And I've said this the whole entire time because I fucking heard Ziegler say this out of his own fucking mouth, where he said that they are not looking to give Josh a contract this year. Like, I heard him say it straight up, dude. So unless some shit changed between then, I don't know where it's changing now.
Like, I guarantee you they thought the whole entire time. They waived this 5th-year option, dude. Like, they are not planning to give him the money yet, period. You know, like, and then they're going to play these tags to their advantage, dude. Like, they can have him for 2 more years on those tags. It may cost them 10.8 this year and 12 next year, but who gives a fuck? They're like, it's better than 15 now. You know what I mean? Like, and listen, I'll argue with them the whole time. I don't think Josh is $15 million fucking halfback, dude. Like, he is not a $15 million halfback, dude. Like, I've said it, dude. Like, I would bet hardcore money that if he went to another fucking team, dude, and they didn't have the line we have, he would not get the yards he gets, dude. Like, I get that he's a big time deal, but go to my story, go look at the fucking runs that he has over there, and I think even in the Seattle game and so on. Like, he's running with the fucking line, dude, and they're just picking him off. And then he fucking heads up on a dude, just like I said, on one-on-one. And then he gets back a cutoff, pushes off the dude, and takes off. Like, I get that shit, dude, but you're not fucking, like, you're not going in against 4 or 5 dudes, hitting them, popping up and out, dude. Like, our line's wiping out a good majority of them, dude. And I've said this. Last year was the longest run Josh has had in his whole career with us. So that's all I'm trying to say is like, I feel like I've said Josh is a good player, dude. I just don't want to go giving him $15 million because these guys are saying that the halfback position's under that's cool, but I don't think this year is the year to do that. Like, let's do it when we don't have a guy like Josh on our team. You know what I mean? Like, I'd have no problem arguing with that shit. But the fact that we have Josh on our team, dude, and okay, let's just say that they changed this deal and we don't even have the money. Like, somebody's getting axed big time. Like, and
yeah, and looking at, like, let's just here, I'm gonna do a screen share, and we're just gonna look at all the players, like, what their cap space is this year.
Yeah, like our players.
Yeah.
Yeah, and dead hits, dude. Like I said, and then just because we want to trade somebody doesn't mean somebody wants to trade for them.
All right, so everyone can see it. All right, so let's look at the people that, like, everyone's been talking about.
If you can zoom in a little more, I mean, it's still pretty far off of it.
Right.
There you go.
Is that better?
Yeah, way better.
All right. So here's Jimmy G. He's at the top. Now, if it does says that, like, I cut him, like, it'll say, like, now his cap, like, we didn't save anything. It's just how the website is, though. But the contract does say, like, we get all the money back if he doesn't pass the physical or he's not the starter by week 1. So, I don't know. Spot Track has been kind of confusing with that. And then our second guy is Colton Miller, which is this. Now, I don't think we should restructure any contract because we already restructured Chandler Jones's contract.
Yep.
And we're already having to deal with that for the next, I think, 2 to 3 seasons. Then there's Hunter Renfrow. Now people are like, well, they might trade Hunter Renfrow. All right. So if I trade him, and I'm just going to go with, like, a random player. So if we trade him, we saved under $7 million, and then our dead cap is $6.1 million. Now, this is the talk on what it is now, is we save under $7 million. And why does it say our cap space is okay? So our cap space right now is, like, a little under, like, it's no above $4 million, right? So then let's say we save up under $7 million, right? Then at most we basically have no more than, like, $11 million in cap space, right?
Yep.
If Ziegler, like, they already said, like, they're interested in signing, like, a veteran defensive player, and then they sign him, and then say that's, like, between 2 to 4 million, maybe 5 million, you still don't have enough money to pay Jacobs.
Yep. So I said, dude, it's going to take somebody like Jimmy, just like it took somebody like Carr to come off of the team in order to be able to get that type of sacrifice. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to have to give up substantial to get back. It's the only way. And that's why I just keep saying, like, I wouldn't be saying this if I didn't think it, for one. And the more and more I just hear, and then thinking about like being in playing football my whole life and being in fucking camps and stuff, like I feel like Aiden right now just has the upper hand, dude. And I don't care if Jimmy's been in the NFL. Purdy beat him. You know what I mean? And I just showed you in 5 games he would have smoked his ass if he got to play 11 games.
And that would be another thing when people say, well, let's just cut Jimmy now. And then, well, here's the thing, though. We don't know when they're going to cut Jimmy. And the deadline is in July 17th.
I wouldn't cut Jimmy until Aiden can beat him.
Yeah,
Like,
that's the thing.
That's
the
what
point
I
I'm
would
making.
do.
The point I'm making is like they're not going to cut Jimmy till it's probably like either the end of July or like the beginning of August, where we're getting very close to the season.
Yeah, facts. That's what I think too. Because at that point, they would know and feel, they would be like, oh, okay, Aiden can take on Jimmy and beat him and be successful in the deal. So I agree 100% that it would come around that time.
So either way, like the hope that we'll get the money back in time to pay Jacobs, like that's a non-possibility. Like the Jimmy G money and paying Josh Jacobs, like that isn't going to happen at the same time.
No, hell no. And listen, in order for this to work out and be in favor of Josh would have to sign the tag. Then they would have to cut fucking Jimmy. Then they can work the contract with Josh after that point. But I don't think you can work it or even have it in place until then, because I mean, like I said, they can cut him 100%. Jimmy can't do anything. Can't fucking sue him. Can't do nothing. Can't do anything. He gave up all his rights. They can just have the doctor be like, yeah, no, he failed. You know what I mean? Like, you could just be like, yeah, he failed. He don't meet the criteria.
So, Ghost, what our depth chart would look like if Jacobs isn't here, it would be technically Zamir White, running back 1, and then Amir Abdullah,
Bolden,
and Bolden, if he's here or not. But if he's not here, then Brown and Sincere.
I think if Josh leaves, it's going to be Amir, Bolden, Amir, Bolden, and then White, and then it's going to come down. I think it'll be Brown, because I keep saying, like, as much as I want Sincere to be that guy, Brown's been in the system over a year, played in it, played very well. Austin even played in it, played very well. Sincere, man, he's been out the whole year. You know what I mean? Like, he didn't get any playing time. So I feel like he's a year behind them regardless. So in order for Sincere to show up, he's going to have to show up, like literally show up. So I think if Josh isn't here, it's most definitely Amir White, fucking Bolden, Amir Abdullah, and then obviously Jacob Johnson going to be in there too. So. And then, like I said, it'll be Brown, Austin, and Sincere. The battle for the 4th spot will be between those 3 guys.
Charles, I would agree. Aiden would need a full. I think if Aiden was here a full year, and we say he's a starter next season, I think he would have this offense just run down like the back of his hand. Like he wouldn't have to learn anything. But right now, like it kind of seems like what it's looking like is that Aiden has a very, very, very big chance in being the week 1 starter, and it's possibly going to look like a Mac Jones season where Josh is going to prove and show, like, hey, if I'm able to get a 1st-round rookie into the Pro Bowl, I'm going to show everyone what I can do with a 4th-round rookie.
And that's why I keep saying, like, I think it's preference, like I've always said, to sit for a year. I mean, don't get me wrong. That's the ideal thing to do, is sit a quarterback for a year. But you also have to take in a lot of things. Like, okay, do you have a quarterback that is like Alex Smith, that's going to fucking come out and still play at a high level, that like Patrick was learning from and developing from, and then fucking move on from him? Or is it like Aiden's already there? Like, there's a big difference. Does Aiden need to sit here and see it, or is Aiden there already and he just needs to go play and develop as he goes? Like, and I keep saying, that's why I feel like Josh is going to wait till the last minute to be able to sit and say, like, okay, I've said it, like, don't be surprised if a day in camp, in OTAs, when they got their pads and their helmets and they're able to play 11 on 11. I've said it. Don't be surprised if there's a day that Jimmy comes up and they say, oh, we're just going to rest his foot because of the injury, or we don't want nothing to happen, or, you know, they're going to use some bullshit ass line like that. And in the meantime, Aiden's ass going to be over on the field taking rep ones with Devontae and all them, because by that point, they're going to have a pretty good idea of where the team's going to be at, who they're going to be playing, you know, position wise. And then guess what? You're going to go right into the preseason. What better time to give Aiden first 4 games in the preseason to start getting acclimated in games that don't fucking matter, or 3 games. So, like I said, I can see Aiden most definitely starting this year. It's not like Aiden's just getting thrown to the wolves. It's not like Aiden is like he's just over and like going to start out in week 1 against a whole NFL team. He's got time to be acclimated and be acclimated just fine.
They're also, because how young he is, they're probably going to have him play preseason too.
That's why I'm saying if he goes in and plays preseason and does well, man, I'm telling you, dude, like, Jimmy, I don't think Jimmy wants to sit on the bench again.
If I was McDaniels, I would have Jimmy and Aiden play preseason.
Hell yeah.
I wouldn't cut him during training camp. I'm like, I want to know how you two are against backups. And if O'Connell's better than Jimmy against backups, then O'Connell probably started.
He says, I think this front office thinks just that way. They have that old school mindset. Jimmy is there. I mean, I would disagree. I mean, dude, Tom Brady, you could argue that. Like, Tom Brady, you could argue that. I would not argue if they were in New England and Tom Brady at the helm, and that you don't even know who your quarterback is right now. And I've said it about Jimmy. Jimmy only played for 11 games last year. He was about to be his ass cut. He got brought back in, was going to get a contract. They still cut his ass and give Purdy the starting job. Like, there's a lot of things that are going to take into consideration. There's nothing that's implying Jimmy can just come in here and just be the straight starter and going to win the games. Like, let's just take another scenario. If Jimmy comes in, he plays out fucking 4 or 5 games, starts struggling hella hard. We think we have a good team, but we think he's the one causing it. Towards the end, they're going to throw Aiden's ass right in there. They're going to be like, get in there. Let's go see if we can win. Like, they're going to do whatever it takes to see if they can get something changed inside there. So all I'm saying is like, I've said it here. Brock Purdy played 5 games. Brock Purdy played 5 games. 1,370 yards. He had 13 touchdowns and 4 interceptions. Jimmy played 11 games, had 2,437 yards, 16 touchdowns and 4 interceptions. Like, Purdy had already more. He would have smoked his ass in a 10-game span. So all I'm saying is they gave that fool up for a 7th round pick, dude. I think we would do the same fucking thing if Aiden O'Connell came out and fucking balled out. No doubt in my mind. Those preseason guys are cut anyways. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that comment? What do you mean? What do you mean?
I think he means like after like each preseason game, like players just get cut each preseason game.
Well, you got to get down to 53-man roster. So what does he mean by Brady is sit for 1 year? He came in year 2 when Bledsoe was injured. He came in year 1 when Bledsoe got injured. Well, Bledsoe played out in 2000, huh? So it was 2001 when he came in. Yeah, so yeah, I think that's how that went. Yeah. But yeah. I don't know. Brady sat out the whole year in year 1, did he? I know he came in. I watched him. I was fucking watching
him. Brady's first year, he sat out the whole year.
Yeah, because that's what I said. He went out in 2001 with Bledsoe. And then when Bledsoe went down, that's when he came in. That's like I think fucking. And Brady was a fucking 6th-round draft pick, dude. So 6, yeah, 6th-round draft.
That's what makes it even more difficult is because like I kind of want like a Bo Nix for next year.
I would take that fool in a heartbeat.
Because in my opinion, like that would be like that's like the perfect like pocket passing, super accurate. Will be mobile if he needs to. Like it's just the perfect McDaniel's
Dude, that's
QB.
who I said I would take if he was here this last year. That's exactly. Eric don't like him, but I said I'd take Bo Nix in a heartbeat, dude. Not a doubt about it. He's accurate as fuck, dude. Like 90%. He's fucking accurate as shit.
Like that's what this is what makes it more difficult. Is like if O'Connell is the week 1 starter and he does do good, are they still going to draft a QB the next draft?
Oh hell no. How would you? How would you though? So like, are you saying like? Are you saying like if Aiden O'Connell starts this year and wins what? How many games are you saying?
Like gets us at least a winning season.
So if Aiden gives us 10-win season, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, maybe like 9 wins, like 8,
He
9,
ain't
10.
going nowhere, bro. You're telling me a 4th-round pick come here and starts and gives us 9 wins. That fool ain't going anywhere, man. I mean, unless he's struggling for those 9 wins, you know what I mean? Like he's struggling and then we're getting the win. Like, okay, that might be different, but if that fool coming out in his first year, 9, 10 wins, we're fucking, that'd be stupid as hell to go after a quarterback. Why would you go after a quarterback? You know what I mean? Like, that'd be dumb business right there. I mean, you want to go for one in like the 5th, 6th round, try to fucking 5th, 6th round, try to pick up a backup, you know, but well, don't get me wrong. So what did I tell you? I did say this. I did bring this up already once, actually. I said if Bo Nix was in the 2nd round, I would take that fool. So I'm not gonna lie to you. If Bo Nix was in the 2nd round, if we entered the 2nd round and Bo Nix is sitting there, I would have. I mean, come
See,
on, let's just be real.
that's what
I
makes
would
it
take
difficult.
I would take a risk on Bo Nix and then tell him, okay, you two are going to compete this year, and if Aiden beats out Bo Nix, well, then we know who our quarterback is. Do you know what I mean? Like, and if Aiden can't beat out Bo Nix, then you know Aiden wasn't the quarterback. So that's all I would say is that fucking in those deals, I would do it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I said it. Bo Nix is a good player, dude. I mean, I've liked him a lot, dude. And I mean, he obviously goes to school I like too. So I mean, fucking at the same time, I would take him. And I would, dude, because you got to think about it. Like, so I was sitting here thinking about it the whole time. But long story short is like you have to think about it. If Aiden's your guy, he's going to beat out Bo Nix, and Bo Nix can be your backup. He was a 2nd round pick. He's going to be here for 4 years. He's under contract regardless. If something happened to Aiden any point in time, you have a good backup to go play. Like, so I would have no problem with him drafting him in the 2nd round, having the competition, and if he loses, play the backup because that you have to test it regardless. And to me, in order to test how good Aiden's going to be, I feel like you need to test him against somebody that's going to be a higher, a better player. So. And again, you have nothing to lose. It can go either way. If Bo Nix balls out, dude, and Aiden isn't, well, guess what? You got Aiden for the next 3-4 years. Jarrett Stidham type shit. You know what I mean? So that's all I would say in that aspect. So I think if you, in my opinion, I don't think you lose because the reality of it is the quarterback position is the most crucial position in all of football. So I think if you ain't doing your due diligence like Mayock and all them said for years, then I think you're not trying to make your team better at all, period. That's what I would think. I mean, I don't know, Charles. I don't try to speak on subjects that I don't. How do you know that fucking How do you know that fucking Aiden doesn't know the offense? Like Aiden, how do you know Aiden hasn't been in similar offense and doesn't just need to change the verbiage? Like there's a lot of things people would make assumptions in those deals and say like that. That's why I don't speak on those types of things right there is, and you never hear me speak because I can't put words or thoughts in the player's mind, and I'm not going to say or imply things like that either. I mean, if the dude's balling out in camp and you're getting the fucking looked at by Devontae and every big player, I'm pretty sure he knows what he's doing in the system already. Now, to be more seasoned, enveloped, and being in games and playing, like I said, everybody's got to take that route as starters. And there's been plenty of quarterbacks in NFL history that's coming in year one and been great quarterbacks their whole entire career. And there's been plenty of quarterbacks that's come in year two and do the same thing. So there's nothing that implies one or the other works better. It depends on the player. It depends on the player. I'm not going to argue and say that more times than not that players that are started first year will probably get ruined more times than not. I will not argue that. But there are plenty of them that succeed too. So, like I said, I've said it. Like, I think if you have the time, again, I don't think Josh is just going to take any guy and throw him in there if he doesn't know. If he obviously cuts Jimmy, it's because Aiden knows the fucking system. You know, and that's the way I look at it at the end of the day is like, I don't know where Aiden's at in the playbook. You don't. No more than I do. Because we don't know those things. We don't have that type of access to the faculty. We don't have that type of access to him physically to ask him those questions. Like, so that's the only thing is I could just look at what's going on in camp. And in camp, the dude's balling out. So outside of that, and just like I keep saying on the show, this camp is like pillow fighting your brother. So I'm not going to take a lot into it in this type. When they come back in the next camp and they're in OTAs and pads and helmet and they go out and Aiden goes out and balls out, you better pay attention because that camp matters. That's when they can press on dudes. That's when they can hit on dudes. That's when they can jam them up. That's when they can get on players. So I think that's when you're going to want to see Aiden at his best is at that point. And if Aiden looks like he's struggling in that camp or in that practice, and then you got to think, well, we have joint practice with the Niners, right? So is it the Niners? We have joint practice. Yeah. So those are when you want to look at where Aiden's at as an actual player. Is at those points right there. And again, I think that's up to them and where he's at. I can't answer those, and I don't like speaking on those because I feel like then the bias, dude. Like I say, I don't like bias shit because it's just somebody making assumptions, man. Like I'm very educated in this team. I'm very educated in a lot of these. I can't make that assumption that he doesn't know the books or things like that. There's nothing that's advocated that in any way, shape, or form. So I just feel in those type of comments, just so you understand, like how I feel is that's just somebody saying it. I mean, like I've said, I think we're winning 10 games regardless of who's there. I don't think Jimmy's that much better than fucking Aiden because, like, and listen, I'm not gonna say I shouldn't say that, okay? I shouldn't say that. But the thing why I think I want to say that is and look at I put $1,000 on our team to win 10 games, so I don't care if it's Aiden or Jimmy, and I was more going for Aiden anyway. So at the end of the time, for me, I was already assuming Aiden was going to take over this team at some point this year. Like that's how I feel because I'm just going off history. Like the history repeats itself. It's done it numerous times with this dude Jimmy. This dude got casted twice last year. You know what I mean? Like if Trey doesn't get hurt, he starts. And that's all I'm saying. Like he was ousted for him and he was ousted for Purdy. So for me, if you're ousted by a 7th round last pick, why can't our 4th round pick beat you? You know, that's all I'm saying, an aspect of where we're looking at where Jimmy's at. Like we can't look at Jimmy and say like this dude, I'm not going to discredit him as an NFL player. I'm not going to say that he hasn't had a 4,000, but he's only had like few, 1 or 2, 3, you know, like he hasn't had a lot. And again, the odds are going against him, man. Like that, all I am is numbers, man. I just do numbers, and I'm just saying, I feel like the odds are way more stacked on Aiden's side. He's younger. He's fucking got that dog in him, dude. He's got fucking leadership in him. He's got every tangible asset that Jimmy has right now. He just has a higher ceiling at a younger age. That's it, dude. Like, and then he just needs that development to have the seasoning. Like, him as a player needs to be seasoned. So then that way he plays better with the team. Salute, Omar. Appreciate you stopping by, bro. Appreciate you, man. But yeah, that's all I'm saying is all I'm trying to say about Jimmy is Jimmy plays good in systematic teams. Nobody would argue that Jimmy plays good with good defensive teams. Like, let's be real. For the Niners, most of the time he's been there, been good defensive team. For the Patriots, it was a good defensive team the whole time he was there. So all I'm saying is when you're looking at those two teams defensively, we are not on that same scale. We're not even close. We're ranked the 28th worst defense in the league, dude. So we are not even close. And when you're bringing Jimmy here, dude, Jimmy wins on a lot of fucking good defensive teams. Like, there's no arguing that. And to be blind to that, it wouldn't make sense. And when you're looking at Aiden can win on any types. Look what he's done with it. Where was it? Purdue, right? Purdue, fucking.
Yeah, Purdue.
Yeah, I mean, this fucking guy is just straight warrior. Go read his story. Look at the way he came up. Look how he was the 8th fucking quarterback on the depth chart, fought his way through, got there, earned it, fucking, and then only still played at a high level with not even good talented players. Like, that shit, like, that's why, look, I'm not even gonna lie, that's kind of why I liked Herbert, dude, because Herbert, when he was in Oregon, he was like had to lose to win type player, dude. Like, he had to get up there, and he still lacks in big games and things like that, but he still ain't no slouch ass quarterback either. You know what I mean? So that's all I'm saying is like those type of mentality people, man, it's really hard to get past them. You know, like it's like who they are as a person is all I'm saying. Plus the backup, so you said Aiden is that guy. I'm rolling with it. I mean, like I said, I'm just saying, like, I think Jimmy will start. I'm not gonna argue. I'm not discrediting that conversation in any way, shape, or form. You'd be dumb if you don't think he's gonna start. I'm just saying with where Aiden's at and where Aiden could be, it's up to him. And that's why I asked, Sergio just a little bit ago when we were talking, like, do you think he's practicing here? Like, what do you think he's doing right now? Because does Aiden want to start? Like, that's another thing too. Is Aiden like, okay, let's get Jimmy here, let me watch him, or is Aiden over here like, hey, motherfucker, like, you on the bench, I'm gonna take your shit, like, type player, and that's all I'm saying. Like, for the way he comes, and I think he's that, hey, you're sitting on the bench, motherfucker.
He probably knows too, just like how we're thinking. Like, he knows that next year is going to be like the most stacked QB draft class in like the last few years. He knows that this is his only shot being a starter.
That's how I feel too. Because this is where it would answer your question, right? Let's say that you go with Jimmy for the year, and you're losing, and you still roll with Jimmy. That would have to tell you that you don't have faith in Aiden, and that you are trying to lose out the season to go with another quarterback. Like, that's what it would tell you right away. If you're losing and you pull out Jimmy, just like the Niners, like, and I'm just saying in past years or not, when teams start to lose, they usually make the transition right then and there because they feel like there's still a little bit of life and hope there that they can get that spark and keep going. You know what I mean? But once you get to that deal, if that quarterback comes in shit again, boom, it's over, it's done. It's just get blown up, So ADO4 is the future. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I think he could be for sure, and I've been saying it for the last few hours because I believe, reading on it, hearing the shit that people are talking about him, the way that he's performing out here right now, I strongly believe he can be for sure. And Jimmy, dude, like, I'm not gonna sit and say that he's not good, but I mean, come on, we were just sitting here talking, just going over simple things. And I've said it, the system in the Niner, it's system, dude. I mean, Brock Purdy had better stats in 5 games than Jimmy did in 11. And that's all I'm saying is like, Purdy's never took a snap in the NFL ever a day in his life, dude. He was the last pick in the draft, dude. Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, the guy came in and balled out, dude. So we're not the Niners, man. At the end of the day, we're not the Niners.
I do agree with you. I feel like unless we're gonna experience like a very similar situation that we did last year, like it'd be insane to try to convince Mark Davis like we're gonna tank again.
Yeah, but so look at this. So I keep hearing people say this, right? Do me a favor, bring up the fucking salute, Ozzy, salute. Do me a favor, bring up the Raiders fucking just God damn it, why am I drawing a blank? Fucking bring up the Raiders season's record from 2004 till right now. Bring it up.
All right.
And I want to show motherfuckers where this is an invalid conversation. It's invalid as hell. If you lose, you lose. It does. Nobody wants to go and lose, man. Like, and to imply that, well, our coach won it. I'll show you. Will I can show you in our 20 years in that time span. Watch how many L's we took in that motherfucker. Watch how many times not only did we take those L's, we took only 2 fucking wins. If we're only gonna win, we're only gonna do it. Like that's just the way the game is played. Like. Mark doesn't have a choice. Mark doesn't get to sit there and sit on the sideline and say, I determine if we have 10 wins this year or we have 2. If your team sucks, that's where you're at, motherfucker. Like, you could have fucking went out and got superstars in the offseason. We start. That's it. That's where you're at. Your cards are dealt, dude. You can make trades and so on, but the odds are if you're a 2-win team, that's just where you're going to be at, dude. Like, and that's all I'm trying to say is like when people say, like, he's not going to want to lose to. He may not have a choice. He may not have a fucking choice. And that's all I'm trying to say is there's nobody going to go out there with the intention to just straight up go and lose. But look, let's look here. Zoom in on that.
Oh, you want me to be close? Okay.
Yeah, I want to see this fucking. I don't want to feel like I got to get a fucking blind or something, you know? So, hold on, is this our records? Where's our record? Oh, yeah, no. Where's our record?
These right here are the records.
Oh, yeah. All right. So you go up to where? 2004? Is it 2004? 3. Yeah, right after Super Bowl. 4-12, 5-11, 4-12, 2-14, 4-12, 5-11, 5-11, 8-8, 8-8, 4-12, 4-12, 3-13, 7-9, 12-4. Go, keep going up. Now we're getting into current. We're going to go into current time. So even at a 12-4, it went 6-10, 4-12, 7-9, 8-8, 10-7, 6-11. That's all we've done is fucking lose. Like to imply like we're not gonna fuck, like that's all we've done. If it comes out and they suck, guess what? They're gonna lose again. They're gonna go right back to the draft and they're gonna pick some more players and do it over again. Like we don't want to do that, and that's not the idea of what it is. But when people imply like that's not what I'm pretty sure Al and them didn't want to do it all those years either. I'm pretty sure they didn't sit back and say, well, you know what? We want to take this one too. You know what I mean? Like, that's all I'm saying. Nobody takes those intentions like that. And people keep saying these kind of conversations like that. Nobody's wanting to take it. Nobody wants to take it, dude. But let's be real. There's nothing that says if Jimmy's the quarterback, we're winning 10 games. There's nothing that says that. There's nothing in writing. There's no fucking deal that guarantees Jimmy even taking the starting quarterback position even guarantees wins, period. Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, people can go put all these stats together. They can put all these different lines and so on. I'm telling you, I played football and played to a fucking deal of oh my God. I played to a fucking competitive level of football, dude. Like chemistry, being with players, how they roll with you matters, dude. Like I said, where people are implying like, will Renfro go out and win? Well, is Jimmy going to gel with Renfro or is he going to gel with fucking Myers, dude? Like, there's a bit, what tight end or what slot receiver is he going to favor on to? Like, that shit matters. Nobody knows. He don't even know until he gets out there, dude. Like, those type of things take effect in there. Then there's still a very big key factor. I get it that Devontae says he don't need a quarterback to make him, but is Jimmy going to gel with him? And I'm not going to say he's not. He's been with Debo and so on. But all I'm saying is that there's a lot of factors people are leaving out in the fact that he still has to gel with everybody else. He still needs to see where they're at, where they run in the field, how a guy gets open and gets separation, all these fucking things. All I'm saying is Aiden already got to see it. Aiden's already watching it. So in my opinion, when we're sitting here and saying elite, right? When we're saying elite, here, let's even do one more. Let's go over there and pull up Derek Carr's fucking stats, right? Let's go get Derek Carr's stats real quick. And then let's pull up Derek Carr in 5 games and see if he's more matching in Purdy or is he more matching in Jimmy. You know what I mean? Like, that's where I think you'd have to gauge yourself inside there, because all I'm saying is Brock Purdy had 5 games and put up a better fucking deal than fucking Jimmy did in 11. If Purdy would have played if Purdy played 11 games, he would, and I'm just saying, if we were just to double his average, he would have been at 26 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. But I just say it's not, the odds are not like that. It's probably not going to be 26, but let's just say 22 and 10. That's still better in 11 games, 22 and 10 to Jimmy's 16 and 4. You know, like, he's got 2,400 yards, dude. This dude would have had fucking 2,700. And that's all I'm saying is a guy that's never taken a snap had better production in 5 games than Jimmy did in 11. He'd been on a team for 7 years. Yeah, no, I'm saying like Carr's last year. Just go last year.
Just last year.
Yeah, just go to 2022 and then look up the first 5 games. Like, what's his touchdown, interception, and that. I know he had the 3 interceptions in the first game.
This is still like the one stat that just blows my mind. Is just he only completed 58% of his passes. That's like the one stat that blows my mind.
What, in his first year?
Yeah.
Yeah, and all I'm trying to say at the end of the day in the conversation that we're having is all I'm trying to say is that I don't think Jimmy's any better than Aiden. That's all I'm saying. If a 7th round pick in Purdy can come in and take this fucking guy's job, and not only that they were already willing to ship him for Trey, like, obviously they tried to ship him twice in the same year. You know what I mean? Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, they never had any confidence in him whatsoever. And all I'm saying is if Aiden can go out there and battle this motherfucker right now and beat him, then what do we have to lose? We get $23 million back. We have nothing to fucking lose. Like, we lose nothing.
All right, can you see that?
Yeah. Which one is it the first one? Yeah, it's the first one. So let's go touchdown. So it'd have been 2, 4, 6, 8, 8 and 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. So it'd have been 8 and 4. He would have been 8 and 4 with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's what 2, 5. 1,000. Damn, he would have been 1,300 yards. Yeah, so he would have been over. He just would have been under by touchdowns at that time. But go 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. See, he would already beat Jimmy in his time span. That's all I'm saying is Jimmy's numbers aren't good. Like, I'm telling you, I bet you if we were to go more in depth and go over to the Niners fucking team and pull up their rushing, I'm willing to bet we're going to see pretty high numbers in the fucking rushing touchdowns. You know what I mean? Like, and that's all I'm trying to say is when we're sitting here, you can't neglect how Jimmy's got his success. Like, you can't neglect that, dude. In order for Jimmy to have the success he's had, he needs certain fucking things, like a fucking defense for 1, needs a running back for 2. Can he get down? Yeah, I mean, he gave Debo and them. I mean, so I'm not going to say like Jim can't throw the ball and get to receivers. But what I would say is when you're looking at the team right now, Aiden is more of the downfield type player, dude. He has everything that Jimmy has, but he has that, which I think is a pretty big attribute, dude, for me. So like I say, for me, I just think, you have nothing to lose, I'd go for it, dude. I'd go 100% go for it, and then I would just say fucking if Jimmy gets it, he gets it. Disagree until Aiden at least in the preseason, because as AR has said, we've cut 4th round QBs Well, if you would have listened to what I said before he got here, I said that until he got to there, I wouldn't cut him anyways. And then preseason, because they are, I said we have cut fourth round QB. And then lady has been starting NFL man. Yeah, see, I'm not gonna comment to it because I already spoke on that. I already spoke on this 30 minutes ago about not cutting Jimmy until fucking Aiden proved that he can take that spot in the camp, so or into preseason, because like I said, the Raiders have nothing to lose to do it that way. So I don't want to revert in what we're talking about to bring up something we talked about 30 minutes ago. But long story short, like I said, Aiden probably has a pretty good chance to get there. Just going to take time to get there. And again, like I said, I would push him the whole entire way to get him there, like straight up, because like I said, and like we were just talking about a few minutes ago, if you put Aiden in and he doesn't work good, you can go after a quarterback and again, like somebody like Bo next year. So like I said, I would 100% see where the fuck Aiden's at in order to find out, are we taking 5 years to get to know this guy, or we gonna know him this year? Like I just feel in the controversy of where we're at right now, I would do it right now. Like you have nothing, like I'm not trying to wait out 10 years to find out where our team or where our quarterbacks or where our people are going to be at. Like, I'm not doing that. We did that for long enough times, dude. Like, we don't need to do that. We can find out where Aiden's at right the fuck away. Jimmy ain't going to be here for a long time. Jimmy's not going to win here for a long time. Like, I don't care what people think. Jimmy is the fucking take system. Listen, if you think I'm kidding, do some homework and just go home tonight, go bring up Jimmy G tape and see how he's gotten his success behind them fucking lines and defensive players. And then come back and then say if you still have the same argument. And if you still have the same argument, we'll bring up fucking tape ourselves, because I don't look at players and give the credit if the credit ain't due. Jimmy's credit's due as a systematic player within the team that depends on defensive teams to be able to get success. Jimmy has a 12-4 record with 0 touchdowns scored in a game, dude. Like, again, those are not fucking stats you want to have as a quarterback. Like, and those show the reason that they won, because either you're obviously rushing or fucking defense, you know, like no doubt about it. So that's all I'm saying is Jimmy is just a regular quarterback, dude. Like the advantage Jimmy has is he's systematic teams. Like that's where I feel like he had the advantage. And again, probably out of the systematic players, he's probably the best one in free agency at the moment. So, I mean, fuck, you don't think that the Patriots ain't thinking about Zeppy? You know what I mean? Like, fuck them dudes. They'll already threatened fucking Jones with Zeppy, dude. You know what? Is that his name? Zeppy?
Bailey Zapp?
Zapp. Yeah, Zappy. Yeah, I just think fucking, like I said, I just feel like too many people are putting, I've always said I'm not an advocate of the draft. I've said it for years. I do not believe in the draft because too many fucking people, when they look at the draft, they put a number. That's what they fucking do. They say, well, he was 5th round. I don't give a fuck if he's 5th round. Max Crosby fucking 4th round, one of the best in the NFL. And he's not the first dude to do it either. I've said it. I hate the way the NFL is done. More first-round players don't even make it after 5 years in the NFL. They actually have one of the highest fall-offs in all of the draft or in the NFL.
This is actually a real stat, and I found it interesting. I don't think you were here when I talked about it, but did you know that a second-round QB has a higher chance of success than a first-round QB?
Damn right. I spoke on it all year last year when we were in the draft and everything. I said, dude, more players in the fucking 3rd, 4th rounds have longer longevities in the NFL and higher success rates of winning because of the fact that they don't get so much pressure put on them right away. They get longer time to develop, dude, and they're usually the ones that develop after the first rounders don't develop, dude. Like, I've said this for a long time, dude. Like, I've said I do not like the way the draft is. I do not like the way that people look at the draft. There's been more failures in the first round than there's been successes, dude. Like, it's not like that, dude. And then, like I've said, there's been more successes in later rounds, and not only more successes, longer careers, dude, that lasted in the NFL in the later rounds, dude. So, like I said, I just think the way the draft is people can look at it as a number all they want. I don't give a fuck. I do not, man. I think if your players are your players at anywhere in there, dude, because I've said it when people do redrafts, right? People say, well, we know who this guy is now. And if we redraft, this team would take him. It doesn't matter if we take Calvin, right? If we take Calvin and don't have a wide receiver coach or somebody to develop him like the fucking Lions had, Calvin probably won't be Calvin here. So to imply that his success over there would be the same success here at that time, that's invalid as fuck. It's so invalid, it's not even funny, because you can't say that when Calvin or a good player went to an organization that was shitty or not and had success, there's a reason that guy had success like that. It was probably the quarterback coach, an assistant coach, somebody in that back room, dude, fucking knew this shit and was making this dude know what he was doing. Like, that's what all I'm trying to say is like, redraft doesn't mean shit. It doesn't mean nothing. Are you redrafting with his success right now? Like, is that what you're doing? And you're taking his success right now and then redrafting him with that exact same success and putting him over here? I probably wouldn't argue that. I probably wouldn't even argue it. But to imply that if we would have drafted Rodgers and Rodgers came here, well, one, Rodgers wasn't even really that good. Rodgers that wasn't even looked at really that well. The thing Rodgers was looked at is that he was looked at that he can go over here, sit on the fucking bench, learn behind fucking Favre, and then take over the motherfucking team. So he wasn't looked at like he coming out of here and just go fucking winning. They had a system there. They had a way to develop him. Again, we wouldn't have done that. We would have grabbed that fool, threw him in here, fucking shit on him, and got rid of him. That's what we would have done because we did it to hell people already. So when people do these redraft scenarios and all these things, they take out the biggest fucking thing in the deal of why those players had those successes of where they fucking went, dude. Like, I don't care if they went to shitty ass organizations or the worst, and this dude just has the best. And then you go back and look at who his wide receiver coach was, or who his quarterback, or who his halfback coach, or who his D-line coach, or who his fucking deal. Like, those things fucking matter, dude. Too many people just look at, well, the head coach or this.
A perfect example could be how, recently the Super Bowl matchup, the two QBs had arguably like the greatest like Super Bowl QB matchup in Super Bowl history, and one was picked in the first round and was sitting his rookie year. The other was picked in the second round and was developed during his rookie year.
Now, who was developed?
Why do I always forget his name? Hurts.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all I'm saying is like too many people take these scenarios, dude, and want to go back on them and do these things. Like, and I agree, Charles. I agree that San Francisco. I've spoke on that 100 times about Jimmy. Jimmy ain't leaving systems and going to one that's too far off of what he's doing already. So I agree with the fact that we do the same thing, think and dive, run shit. So I'm not arguing that point. But like you said, with oh man, my bad. Just what I was just saying is just doing redrafts or players or taking those ideas doesn't mean that the success happens here. You know, that's all I'm trying to say is like we're taking other people's success of that deal and bringing them over to these places. We've had chances at good players. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like the Darius Howard Bay, that pick's always fucking just pissed me off, dude, in my whole Raider career, like, or you know, like Raider fan career, because of the fact that was the stupidest fucking pick I ever thought we ever did. But outside of that, I mean, I wasn't even more baffled over the Janikowski pick, dude. Like, I was like, I see it, dude. I understand why, but fuck, dude. I mean, oh man, the fucking dude never even played football. He's just a track star, dude. That was fucking dumb. But long story short, those are lost times, those ain't now. So either way, at the end of the day, like I said, all we can do is hope that Josh and them can get Aiden to where he needs to be. We don't want to push anybody out before they need to be out. Like I said, Jimmy still has to show up and play. He hasn't even played in fucking since week 11 of last year. So like I said, there's a lot of things that are going. It's not like Jimmy is fucking Tom Brady or Aaron Rodgers, dude. Like, that's the kind of shit where it's just crazy how people sometimes think is that they feel like, well, Jimmy's here, he has that. Dude, Jimmy is just a system player, dude. Like, that's it. He's not like, oh, I'm Aaron Rodgers or I'm fucking Tom Brady after I've been injured for half the year and come back. I'm just gonna go have a career fucking year, dude. Like, I don't see that in Jimmy any way, shape, or form. So I do believe it'll probably be one of the better all around teams Jimmy's been on for a while, for sure. I mean, even including the Niners offensively, but I mean, like I said, I hope the best for the guy, but man, I'm not gonna lie. My money's on Aiden, man. Like, my money's on Aiden. I'm just saying it the whole time. I'll ride the ship. I'll go down with the ship on this one. I don't give a fuck. I believe like Aiden, we should push on Aiden. Like, literally, if I didn't think Aiden was having the success he's having in the camp right now, I wouldn't even suggest it whatsoever. I'd just be like, fuck it. But I mean, if he's having the success, man, I mean, why wouldn't you run with it and pick up 23 million more dollars, dude? You can solidify your defense a lot more to make sure Aiden wins games, dude. Like, even if Aiden's not the greatest right away, you can still make that money on the other side, help Aiden be better player, dude. So, like I said, I think with Aiden we can be better. With Jimmy, we're where we're at. Like, you're not getting money unless you're just getting rid of players, dude. And like, let's be real. Here comes another Derek Carr shit. Derek Carr was one player, got shipped for 40 million. Fucking Jimmy's one player shipped for 23, full back. So then you got to think about it like this with them is like, how many players would we have to cut to get to $23 million? You know what I mean? Are we cutting 2 major fucking players to get there? Are we cutting 3, 4, dude, to get there? Like, how many players does it technically take to be able to get to that type of money, to bring the money back, to reinvest it back into our team to be competitive this year? Like, odds are, yeah, it's historics in history say that a rookie quarterback's not going to go to the Super Bowl and win. But there ain't nothing to say we can't go to the playoffs and win. You know what I mean? Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, I hate how like I read this deal where a guy said he thinks that we're gonna be the 5th fucking, like, I know it's a fucking take, but the 5th best defense in the league. Do you know how crazy that is? When you jump from the 28th to the 5th, boy, you fucking set your standard like way the fuck off. Like, you jump so far forward that everything after that's just gonna be failing. Like, you're not going to stay at that 5. Like, you're going to fall off. You're going to go like 7, 10. Then you're not having success. What you would want is like 28 to 20, 20 to like fucking 12 or 10. Like, you need to be able to have progression. So if you have fall off, you're able to safeguard yourself. You jump that far, there's no safeguarding anything. And then the production off of those players, you're demanding that they play at that level every single fucking time. It's just not going to happen. That's not realistic, dude. And all I'm saying is, I get when you make those type of deals, but you have to put in the circumstance if it happens. If it happens, man, can we stay at that level? And if we don't stay at that level, guess what they're going to say about Graham? He sucks. He's fucking a coach. He gets the top 5, and all he did was what he did over there in the Giants, and he just fell off. Like, that's what they're going to do to him, dude. And even though that he's doing the best he can, they just made such an unrealistic jump. The fucking results is just, I mean, the odds are we're probably not going to stay there. Like, that's just the straight fucking odds, you know? So I think you're making that it's too drastic is all I'm saying. Like, you can't make such a drastic thing. You cut yourself and bleed to the bone, dude. Like, you can't do that. Like, I feel like you can't cut a fucking arm off, you know, like, you want to save the fucking arm. So I just think when we make these types of things, we got to put in like kind of realistic type shit, you know, because man, just think if that happened and then the next year we would fire everybody. We'd fire everybody if we went from 28th to 5th and to 20th. Like, they'd all be shit canned, dude. Like, not a doubt in my mind. So I just think like sometimes when we're looking at things, we can't look like that, you know, like, and the reality is that, what is it? We were 32nd last year overall. I'd like to be happy with the 22nd overall. I mean, hey, I've said it, dude. If we can hit 20, like if we can go from 28 to 20, 28 to 18, and play competitive on both sides of the ball like that. I mean, look, Takara at 12-4 with the 22nd rank.
I mean, yeah, I don't feel like we're gonna be better than 20. I mean, that has to be proven otherwise.
Damn right.
But I do feel like that this defense has massively improved, and I feel like
We have no players
we're actually gonna see. We're actually going to see how Graham does. Like, this is where, like, I'm not focused on the offense. I'm just focused. Like, this is where now I'm actually going to criticize Patrick Graham just because I would like to defend Graham because you have to look at what he dealt with. And I don't know any other defensive coordinator where you have to tell him, hey, this defense can be no worse than average despite, like, every position starting a UDFA due to injuries. But because now the first round pick that we picked is your player that you wanted, Tyree Wilson, and a bunch of the players that we got are players that like you've had interest in, or that players that Ziegler's saying like, hey, these are players that should fit the defense. This is where I'm like, okay, Graham, the defense should at least improve, like noticeably.
Yeah, but there's no team jumping that drastically, and to imply to jump that drastically, I've said it. And look, I think I said it in the last show. I said it in the last show. Yeah, I said it in the last show. This right here, because you say exactly what I said the last show. The only way you're jumping that drastic is if you're going out and getting fucking, like, you're gonna go out and get Queen. You're gonna go get like Patrick Peterson, Marcus Peters. Like, you're gonna need to go get some motherfuckers over here that can put up a fucking defense of that caliber to begin with, dude. Like, you might need fucking Xavier Howard at the corner, like. That's so we don't even have the players to even come even in that category. And even looking at the roster, like looking at the roster, right? Looking at the roster, there ain't even fucking guys that even have that type of play caliber. So like that's the only thing I would say is like it'd be different if we were like in year 2 of a scheme where dudes were developing and already were putting up that number, like went from 30th to 20 and then taking 20 to 5. I would not argue because you would have continuity with the corners, safeties, linebackers. Like you would have a lot of difference in there. But for what we got, we didn't even sign any superstar whatsoever, not even close, that would even put us in that range. And that's all I'm saying is, and I know you ain't saying that. I'm not saying that you're saying it. I'm just saying in general, when we're looking at teams and making out deals like that, that's not even realistic. You know what I mean? Like, that's all I'm saying.
I'm just saying to me personally, can you make the defense, like when I say noticeably?
Yeah, and I agree with that because, like you said, if we go from 28th to 18th or 20th or even 22nd, for that big of a jump in 1 year to say that, hey, we're getting our shit on track, we're going, like, I'd be fine with that. I would be 100% fine going from 28th, because I think that's where we were ranked, right? Then we pull that up, it was 28th.
Yeah, 28th.
Yeah, so 28th. So I think if you go from 28th to fucking 20th, that's 8 spots. You're showing that you're building, you're showing that your team's working, you're showing that these UFAs are even putting in their work. And then year 2, if he goes from like 22nd, 20th to like fucking 10, 12, I mean, there you go. That's what you're looking at. And not only that, you have the players to back it up because of the chemistry, the continuity with them. So it wouldn't be no problem. But I mean, come on, you're throwing again a team. You're throwing a spaghetti team together and acting like we're just going to be God sent. We can't do that. We cannot do that. Those hopes are not even real. I get it, dude, but other people won't. You know what I mean? Because they'll start thinking like, is that real? No, that's not fucking real, man. Like, that's only like, fuck, if every team fell down all the way across the field, or Patrick Graham just woke up and became the next fucking Bill Belichick overnight. Like, the odds are Patrick Graham ain't waking up and becoming the next Bill Belichick, because he's been doing this already for multiple years. So, but you know what I mean? They would take that type of fucking miracle, like something of that standard change or something would have to happen massively, dude. And I'm not gonna say maybe they can or can't.
Which is why like I tell people too is like, don't expect the defense to like be good, like, but hope that it's not as bad. Just don't expect it to be good. That's why I'm like I'm gonna say it again. Like, can you make it improve because you have the rookies that you wanted, like the first round pick that we picked, and we got the free agents that you had a preference for. So it's like if the defense is like very similar to last year, or if it's like kind of like what you were saying about like Paul Gunther, Gus Bradley, and Patrick Graham first years, where it's like it's still the same thing, new defensive coordinator, same ranking.
Yep.
Like that's where I'm going to be like, all right, Patrick Graham, I don't want you to
Yeah,
be our
I'll be
defensive
right with
coordinator.
you because I'll be right with you because that's exactly what I said this year. Like I was the first motherfucker advocating that instantly. I was Big Banjo time. Like fuck this dude, like straight up. Like I was advocating that shit instantly. But that, like I said, and I agree. But if he comes out and does what he does, like he did in the Senior Bowl, gets his players together, has good deals, he's got a lot of them here that he played well with, and he must think that those players on the line or how they were structured played well. So for him to go get, what do we have? 9 picks and 6 out of the 9 were fucking were Senior Bowl players. I mean, that obviously he likes the results, So that's all I'm saying is Graham has to step up big time. But we got to be realistic on the deals, because we don't want to go get rid of somebody that is building something and is getting results out of their players and are getting development. So, like, if somebody was to say, like, and this is why I think we need to go with Aiden. This is why, I say we go with Aiden because Aiden's going to give us a better chance to win in the pocket and outside of it just because he's younger. He's gonna have way more go, dude. Like, I feel like Jimmy, do one more thing. Pull up Jimmy's fucking stats real quick again in the 11 games that he played. Look at the games individually. So you're going to have to pull up the Niners games for that season and then look at his games individually from when he started. Did he have any games in there with no touchdowns? And how many did he have?
Last season or his career?
No, just last year. Just in last year. Can you drop the link or no? Do you know how to drop the link, Sergio?
Drop the link. Actually, here, I'm gonna try it.
Yeah, try to drop it and see if it'll. We'll see if it works. If he can, I can. I'll have to back off and go do it in the YouTube. But let's see if he can drop it. If he can, I'll do it. And hell yeah, I'm able to drop the link. Just say drop the link. Drop the link, bruh.
Did it work? Nope. All right, I guess you have to do it.
It didn't let you put it in there?
No, it didn't let me put it in there.
Do me a favor real quick. Go comment in the comment. Can you go to the YouTube channel like that we're live on right now?
Oh yeah, that's what I did.
Okay. I didn't see your comment pop up. I need go right in the chat. Just write in the chat on our channel. Put in what's up real quick. Just let it pop up. I'll go in there and I'm gonna change your mods real quick. There you go.
Look, that's me. I just put type.
I see you type in. Yep, I see it. Give me 1 second. All right. You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Try to drop the link now.
All right. Oh, it worked.
There you go. All right. So.
All right. There's the link, Ozzy. All right. So back to the Jimmy G thing. All right.
Yeah.
So. All right. Where is it? Okay. So Jimmy G during his starts last season he had one game where he threw 0 touchdowns, and that was a win.
Yeah, see, I'm telling you, man. What was the score in that game?
22-16.
Yeah, it's crazy. That shit ain't gonna happen here. That's not gonna happen here. You know what I mean? Like that's all I'm trying to say is at the end of the day, that type of shit is not going to happen here. Salute, Ozzy. I just think like when you're looking at games like that or records that he has no touchdowns and they got wins on, dude, that doesn't exist here. Like, go look at Carr's his whole career in 9 years. What did he have? 3 games with no touchdowns? You know what I mean? Like, this dude got fucking 16 games and he got a 12-4 record, dude. Like, with no touchdowns. Carr gets crucified. Carr gets crucified if he doesn't throw a touchdown. This fucking guy, he gonna throw none. And then, like I said,
we can even use the year before that as an example. Jimmy G had 9 games where he threw no more than 1 touchdown.
That's crazy.
And he won 7 out of 9 of those games.
Yeah, I swear I said 7 in my head. I swear to God. I was like, watch him be like 7, dude. Fucking. That's all I'm saying is like here, when you're looking at those type of stats, people will say, well, that shit matters. That shit massively matters, dude. Like, you go look at Aaron Rodgers and his fucking wins and how he's getting them. He ain't getting them like that, dude. And he probably in his career, he's probably gotten a few. This fucking guy building up a actual winning record like this. You know what I mean? Like I said, Carr's had three in his whole career. This dude got 12-4. You know what I mean? Like that's all I'm trying to say is that when you got a winning record with 0 touchdowns, and then we're sitting here saying like Jimmy's going to come here and he's going to do better for our team, I got to disagree. I have to disagree. I listen. I'm gonna look at a player or a team or thing. I don't look at the player. I don't look at his name. I look at how this motherfucker got where he's at. What got him there? What plays? What type of development? Was it these type of players around him that gave him success? Was it him giving success? You know, like all these type of things matter. So when you leave this team and go somewhere else, you're in there saying, okay, when this guy left, he's doing it on his own. But when he leaves, you're saying, nah, hell no, this guy's doing it with a whole plethora of things that need to be put together in order to do that. And that's all I'm saying with him is you need a lot of things put together in order for it to happen.
Yeah, and I mean, we could bring up Carr's best year, which was 2020, statistically. And he had 6 games where he threw no more than 1 touchdown, and he only won, I think, only 3 of those games.
Yeah, it's a way different deal, especially with the defense that we have here by a mile. What were you going to say, Ozzy?
I was going to agree. Jimmy G to me is a game manager or a system quarterback.
Yeah, and I'm not going to say that if we had all these things put in together that he wouldn't come here and have the same success. The thing where I feel like Jimmy, I think where the thing where Jimmy's not going to have success is probably like with the Niners, where they were in, I think in what was the years 1 and 3, right, with them when he first got there, because they were just building that team. I think if I remember right, did the Niners have a losing record when he got there?
Yeah, they had a losing record. Jimmy gave them a winning record.
Yeah, and that's what I say is like they're gonna go through slumps here in order to get there. The problem is are we willing to take 2-3 years with Devontae and doing that to get there? You know, like that's all I say is there's a lot of things that are gonna come into play where people are just insisting that if Jimmy's healthy, that he's gonna get us to the playoffs or we're gonna be a better team. And all I'm saying is Jimmy ain't going to go out and extend games to give you the best chance to win. All I'm saying is if you have Aiden O'Connell and Jimmy kind of turns into Carr where he just can't get out and do much becomes where he's going to throw the ball out of bounds on fourth down. Where Aiden's going to be like, yeah, fuck you, I'm young and I'll run into this motherfucker, like, straight up, because I don't want to give up the spot on the field and I don't want to give up the ball. Like, all I'm saying is I get it that Aiden may make a little more desperate plays, which may cost us. At the same time, it may gain us too, where Jimmy won it. And that's all I'm saying is when you're trying to go to the playoffs or trying to win, when you're trying to win at those levels, I think all those tangibles need to be thought of that are going to get you there. I hate how people feel like they can just write on a piece of paper this ideology and think because it's on the paper that that's how it's going to happen. It's not, dude. There's a lot of things that come in. I've said it. Players' heart, the way that they feel, the way that they act, the way that when they get put under pressure, do they thrive more or do they fucking crumble, dude? Like, let's be real. I keep saying it. Aiden's pedigree says the second that he gets put under pressure, he thrives. He thrives and thrives only to be better and better and better and better, dude. Like, again, he didn't come from a successful college and coaching and all these deals. Have they had success? Yes, but he's fucking worked his ass to get to those spots. He didn't come from Alabama, Georgia, and Clemson and LSU and all these fucking places that are fucking built to God galore. And then these guys get the success and then say that these guys are so great, but they neglect that. Well, they only had fucking, 100 5-star recruits around them. So there's big deals. This guy had success without that type of players around him to have 5-star talent to be able to fucking do it. And he was doing it with less. And that's all I'm saying is, you can go.
Okay, and I was going to say, also, people don't realize Aiden O'Connell had a better 2021 season too than what he did in 2022.
Yeah,
because if I'm not a Purdue guy, but if I'm not mistaken, Purdue had a lot of personnel changes in 2022.
Yeah, that was the reason. He had a kind of a down year a bit. It was because a lot of his like main weapons like left.
Yeah, that's and then you got the portal now, dude, and people can jump anywhere and everywhere, dude. Like, that's all I say is at the end of the day, this is how I look at shit. The Raiders come from the fucking ghetto, bro. Like, that's who we are. That's who we are. That's who we've always fucking been. And we come from the ghetto, and we come with heart with a lot of our players. And that's the players we've had success with in our time are those.
I was about to say, I was like, ain't it ironic that like our best players now are the players that came from that?
Damn right. And then this is why I'm saying, like, this is why I would pick Aiden over Jimmy right this second, because Aiden come from the ghetto, bro. Like, Aiden come from the streets. Like, he fights, bro. Like, he's fighting. He ain't looking for his looks and pretty boy glamour to get him places and things like that. And I'm not saying Jimmy doesn't fight or not. All I'm saying is a lot of time when people are young and under the gun, dude, and coming in like he is, he's got accuracy. He's got a lot of things favored on him, bro. Like, let's be real. He's going to come in behind a good line and probably a better continuity within the line this year than last year, dude. So he's going to have a better built team in front of him 2 year in the system for most of those players. Like, you're going to have Moody that's going to come in and take over that right guard spot. That's going to be a dog there in the run and in the pass, dude. Like, that's why I say if it's going to be Munford or if it's going to be fucking Luminor, I would favor Munford more, but we'll see where we end up at. But long story short is at the end of the day, this kid is coming in with a pretty good fucking team around him. He's got good receivers, dude, good fucking offensive line. He doesn't need to hold on to the ball long, and he didn't do that over there in college either. So I don't think it's going to be something that he's going to try to do here either, So all I'm saying is like all these things this kid has on tape, the way he's came up, the way he's been raised, the diversity that he's came through, is like Raider 100%. It's just screaming Raider, 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 Raider the whole entire time, dude. And this is why I feel strongly about it and why I keep going to keep advocating that I feel like Aiden can beat out Jimmy before the camp. And I believe that it's going to be a real possibility by the preseason that Jimmy will not be on this fucking team. And I'll keep saying it, that if Aiden has the success that I feel he will have coming into this next camp, suiting up, I've said it, don't be surprised if Jimmy gets pulled somewhere in that second, third week, man, and say that they're going to rest him because of his foot. Like, I'm telling you, dude, like, the kid is going to get the chance, and it's going to be when he gets that chance, he's going to need to show it. And I think if he shows it in the camp, I think the next move will be put him in the preseason. Jimmy hasn't played since the week 11. They can easily get him in the preseason and play and see where these two players are playing in the preseason, dude. And is Aiden ahead of him by miles of looking how he's moving down? Is he going down the field every time, or Jimmy's struggling and fucking having issues because the defense isn't doing what he's used to? Like, that shit'll show up right then and there. And all I'm saying is at that point, it's still not too late. Cut him, get our $23 million, put Aiden as our one, and then say, okay, we can go get better player than Marcus Peters. Like, I don't even know why that fucking dude's even the guy we're even talking about, dude. Like, this is the whole thing I hate about fucking Raiders is we always look for old dudes that are leaving, that have a tendency that they want to be a Raider. Like, I hate that shit, dude. Like, I really hate that, man. Like, I've always said, I want to build my players and my team off the best fucking dudes in the NFL, man. I would rather go get a young fucking 24-year-old kid that's fucking been in the league for 2 years and he's going to develop than get Marcus Peters. Like, I would rather get a young kid and go that route.
After the Ruggs incident, we got Deshaun Jackson, and he was only available for like one game.
It's facts.
And then people want to hate on Ziegler for taking the risk on Trey Tucker when everyone's been complaining that we need a speed demon on our receiver room.
Facts.
And then Ziegler decides to get us a speed demon, and no one's happy about it.
Except for us two people.
Yeah, facts. But that's all I say is I feel like at the end, we're putting up all these deals, and I'm just saying, like, I put $1,000 on saying that I felt like Aiden was going to be the quarterback at a certain point in the year. I didn't think he would come out and start, but I do believe Aiden, regardless of how this story goes, regardless of the way it's played, he's going to hit a struggling point. He's done it every single time in his career, dude. Like, he's going to hit a struggling point. I feel like if it starts to choke, that Ziegler and Josh are going to feel the pressure, and they're going to need to make the transition instantly and go to Aiden, just like the Niners did, dude. The second it did, oh, bam, fucking here goes Purdy. You know what I mean? Like, that's all I'm saying is when that happens, then it's too late then. It's too late then because you can't move off of Jimmy. Then you're going to have to pay him, and we're going to be fucking screwed. So I don't feel like at that point that you make that move. I think you have to make the move going into either the fucking first game of the preseason. That way you still have 3 weeks to be able to go out and get a dude. Hopefully it's a veteran player, so you're not having to rely on him in the preseason as much, and then go that route. What I would say.
Yeah, I agree, Dustin. I mean, there's, like, for example, there's even one kid out in free agency right now. I wouldn't mind taking a shot at for cheap.
Who is it?
Isaac Taylor Stewart.
Yeah.
He was a guy I was pretty high on, but the Cowboys drafted him. But he's on the free agent market, so.
Hey, I mean, like I said, there's a lot of guys out there where I feel like if you got the money that you could be able to pick up some, like, good players. Like I said, I know a lot of people are like, well, if we get the money back from so, like, if we got the money back from Jimmy, and, like, if I was the owner or, like, the GM, and we got 23 mil back, the first thing I would do is call the Baltimore Ravens. Like, I'd call them straight up, and I'd be like, hey, what do you want for fucking Queen? Like, I got the money. I can sign that motherfucker. I don't care. I don't want Josh. I don't give a fuck. I'll even still let Josh go. Like, I would say, what do you want for fucking Patrick Queen? I'd figure out what money this fucking guy is going to demand and what draft picks. If they say first round, I'll go sign Josh. If they say we can get Queen for a second something else, I'm going to go with Queen right away because I believe in our team and in the history of our team. We have sucked dick at middle linebacker and demanded leadership, have somebody that's just been solid, solidified player there for years and years to come. We're always fucking just switching out, always trying to find them. Then we come into this fucking Tyree Whitehead shit. And then now every guy that linebacker we get after him is just mimicking him, dude. It's the same thing. Run stopping linebacker that gets a lot of fucking tackles. That's all they do. And I feel like Queen at 23 years old sitting behind Max Crosby, being the leader of this fucking team that can stop it. He's a 3-down back all day long. And he can be in the run, he can be in the pass, and to have him in the middle and have Robert Spillane with him, and then fucking pushing Diablo to the outside, like we would be a ruthless fucking team then. Like that's how you would make defenses where you can make those jumps from 28 to fucking 10th and 15th. Like that's how you make those type of moves, because players like him solidified massively in our defense. And sometimes I've said this, sometimes you have to sacrifice something in offense to put to the defense to be able to equal out that balance. And if you're taking fucking $2 players from offense and trying to put $1 million players in defense, it's not going to work that way. That's why I've said if we move Jimmy and get the money, I'm calling the Ravens right away. And if the Ravens don't want to deal, then I'll go sign Josh. But if the Ravens want to work a deal, well, I don't give a fuck I don't care how the fans feel. I don't care how the fans have their feeling. I don't give a fuck. It'd be bye-bye Josh, like straight the fuck up. Because at the end of the day, it's a position of need that is massive position of need for us. It's like we have not drafted one there. We haven't got one there. We just haven't had it. This kid can have 2 contracts with us by the time he's 30. You know what I mean? By the time he's 30, he can be under 2 contracts with us. So I'm 100%. That's who I would roll with instantly. And if not, after that, then go sign Josh for 10, get your extra, and figure it out from there. You know what I mean? So I feel like hella. My bad, Gil.
I was going to say, if we get rid of Jimmy, we could probably get both. Because
I think he's gonna want 17.5. I think that's
you think that's what Josh wants?
No, I think that's what Queen will demand. 17.5 per year.
If we got rid of Jimmy G, like if Jimmy G couldn't go or whatever, we wouldn't have to. We would be able to re-sign Josh. Like I don't know, because I think the tag is already on the cap. So if we added Josh like another $3 million, we still have enough to.
Yeah, you're right on that. You're right, because I just spoke on that the other night about how Josh is still on the tag. If they get it, then the money's back. But
yeah,
I get that. Yeah, I get that 100% because you would only be giving them up 3 more. So yeah. I mean, you can most definitely do it, but it's like the things I keep saying with Josh, dude. Like, I'm almost at a point where I just don't care for Josh anymore because I feel like he's condescending, contradicting. I feel like he brings the drama. He kind of creates some of this stuff at the same time because it's 1 minute he's telling us you play on the tag. The next minute it's fucking all these code talk conversations, dude. At the minute shit dies down, he instantly sparks it back up. You know, it's all these fucking things, man. When he's talked the whole time that he's not like that. The agents will do the job. We'll go out and play. We'll let them handle it. You know, all this fucking shit. And now he's talking about, oh, I'm not doing it for me. I'm doing it for the next guy. You don't know the next guy. I hate when fucking people say that shit, dude. Like, you don't know who that guy is, dude. Let that guy fight for his own fucking contract.
He's been taking out his frustrations on the fan base and
telling them they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
And then was starting to say things like, all of you are thinking I'm asking for more, like too much money and stuff like that. And then that's where, like, I think it was our last live or Monday where we just got into a discussion where Jacobs has just been very too, like, he'll say one thing and then he'll say another thing that contradicts the other thing. And then it's now getting to the point where it's like, do you just want to create drama or do you actually like want to make a compromise or something? Because now we're getting to the point to where it's you versus apparently now fan base franchise NFL, because now you're trying to stir up all this drama.
Yeah, and that's it. I feel like he's good friends with Saquon because this is these are where I had the biggest
if you're going to try to go against NFL, it's not most of the time it's not going to go well, especially if you're a player, because they're gonna want to make examples out of them and not like bend the knee to them.
I don't want to end up with the Le'Veon Bell situation.
Facts.
Yeah.
And that's all I'm saying is, like, there's a lot of things that I can discredit Josh as being the back that people are claiming him to, dude. I mean, I've said it numerous times. Just go. I can do it instantly. Go look at Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry runs for the yards he does. He's number one ranked back in the NFL. There's not even a debate about it. Nothing. He's number one. Josh Allen, he's the ninth ranked back. Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, he's not done anything that other guys haven't done, dude. I said, like, people like Emmanuel Sanders, dude, playing on other teams have hit 1,000 yards. There's other backs that are lesser players on other teams that's done 1,000-yard seasons. You know, like, I get where he's coming from about, you know, I've had two 1,000 yards seasons. I've had 800, and then I went 1,600. But then at the same time, I'd have to say, like, there's a lot of reasons he got the 1,600 injury plague, dude. You and fucking Devontae were the only ones getting the ball. You had 340 fucking rush attempts, bro. Like, goddamn.
I think there was one I was looking up. I can't remember if it was Leonard Fournette or no, it wasn't Leonard Fournette. It's one of the free agent running backs right now. They only had 189 carries, but they had 700 yards on 189 carries.
Yeah, that could have been Leonard or Kareem Hunt.
Heck, another example is how Jamal Williams, he had over 1,000 yards, but he also had, out of any running back, the most touchdowns in the league, and also broke the rushing touchdown record. Yet he was given a contract less than $10 million.
That's fact.
That's my point. That's what I'm saying. Josh wants more
no matter what the context is, his argument can be, I broke the running back record. And they still gave him
Josh and Saquon have no ground to stand on in this battle, dude. Like, that's the whole thing is like, I feel like you have the two worst dudes advocating for the contract, dude. Like, straight up. Like, listen, Josh, I get your production, bro, but I'm willing to bet. I've said it, dude. I'm willing to bet if we trade you to a team that's a run-heavy team and they have a shitty line, you're not even going to come close, dude. Like, straight up, dude. Like, you're taking away that the offensive line and the production that it's given you to be able to run the way you run. If you don't have that, you ain't going to be who you are, dude. Like, you're not Barry Sanders, bro. You're not going to hit the line and run 15, 20 yards backwards to go fucking yards forward. Like, you are not that player, dude. So you're running down pockets and looking down fields visually, motherfuckers. I said this about Le'Veon Bell. He was one of the smoothest, most easiest fucking running players I've watched ever, dude. The way you get behind the line, sit there for a fucking second, just run with his hand on dude, fucking move up, boom, gone. Fucking, it was easy. Why didn't it happen when he went somewhere else? Because it ain't the same shit. It's not the same shit. It's not the same chemistry. It's not the same line. They don't run the same fucking way, dude. His shit just went down. It went down and it went out. Like, that's what happened to him. And I've said, like, I don't want Josh to be that player, but let's be real. These guys can cry all they want about, the running back position is not there. Just like the rest of they are, dude. And fucking, guess what? They're going to keep on drafting fuckers from college because they're going to keep on being college kids that are like, I want to be a halfback in the NFL.
I don't know if you heard, but this has apparently been like the story now of the summer where it's I said this was going to happen. The running backs versus the NFL, because Melvin Gordon was like getting interviewed and was talking about how like how running back is like the hardest position, or like how it's like the toughest to go through because you're easily replaceable, or how you have to deal the most damage. And then at the same time, I couldn't take it seriously. I'm like, the only reason you don't have a job is because you have butterfingers, man.
Damn right. And again, good backs in this league. So look, this is the thing. Good backs in this league do get paid. What was Ezekiel Elliott making? $15 million a year? Like, he was making like $15 million. Yeah, wasn't it 15 mil a year? Like,
McCaffrey was getting like 16, 17.
Yeah. So for guys to sit and say that they're not paying halfbacks, bullshit. I would say, like, there's not very many elite halfbacks in the NFL. Like, that's the argument I'd fucking argue. Like,
yeah, exactly.
It's not too many elite halfbacks.
I think they're just getting tired and paying, and then the next thing you know, the running backs are just either not motivated or they're just injured.
At the end of the day, I bet you, at the end of the day, I bet you why Ziegler was like, I'm not giving him a contract. I'm not going to do, because Josh said out of his own mouth that he would play on the fucking tag, man. Like, this is where I have the whole issue. Josh said out of his own fucking mouth in like 2 or 3 interviews in the locker room that he would play on the tag to help the team, to spread out the fucking money, this, that, and the other, that he had no fucking problem to do it as long as they felt that they were winning and that it was going in the right way. He then advocated right after it that he had to have no problem to play on the tag to be able to help push the money around and help the team out, dude. Then all of a sudden this fucking guy gets out of the year and now he over here like, oh, I want more guaranteed money, this, that, the other. Then you got people like Rudy or so on that are like, oh, give him 3-year, 36 million. Motherfucking, you guys talk shit on Chandler Jones's contract, and then you want to go over here and give this fucking guy that exact shit. If this fucking dude goes down in week 6 of next year and fucking goes out, we're out 3 years of pay, dude. Right off the get-go to this fucking guy. Like, that's dumb business, man. Like, they've shown and advocated that in the history of the halfback in the last fucking 10 and 15 years, that every single halfback that gets paid falls off in production. And not only that, they're the biggest names in all of football at the time. They're not just some little ass dude getting paid. These are the top motherfucking backs in the football at the time of being paid, and then fell the fuck off the face of the earth.
Not only that, but a very true fact that this has been, it's no longer a trend now. It's just a fact that all the Super Bowl winning running backs are just cheap running backs. They're not big name. They're not $10 million running backs. And if they are big name, they're probably old or they're out of their prime.
See, and this is what I keep saying about the draft and how they value players and where they put them. Here's another point that I'm just going to fucking debunk and smack in the face again in these deals. They say, if we lose Josh, it'd be the biggest mistake that we could ever do. You're not going to win. You're not going to do things with him. He's not. The motherfucking Chiefs drafted Paco is his name, in the 7th fucking round. The fool ran for 1,000+ yards. What the fuck you mean they can't get him in those deals, dude? Like, that's the kind of shit I just don't understand where the fuck these scenarios or these fucking labels get put on. People are putting labels on like it doesn't happen. These fuckers did it last year. You know what I mean? Like, that's all I'm saying is like, it does happen. So, and they didn't need a 1st round halfback to get it done. They got a 7th round halfback, you know? So, is that his name? That's his name, right?
Yeah, Paco or something like that.
Paco?
His name is Pacheco.
Pacheco, yeah. And that's all I'm saying is too many people are coming up with these falsified ass narratives that you need to have this or you can't get rid of this. Yes, you fucking can. Yes, you fucking can, dude. If you have the right coaches, the right systems, the right deal, yeah, the fuck you can, dude. Why does it seem that every single time a player leaves fucking the Chiefs, you're like, well, that guy's left, we're going to have better. Nope, they just went and took another fucking dude that ain't even nobody. You fucking put him in there, motherfucker going to ball out, dude. You know, you go look at Kadarius Toney. Go look at him before he was drafted in camps and everything. Busting dude's ass, fucking wide open, drops the ball. Fuck, I just drops the ball. Fuck, can't catch. Goes over here to the Giants, has some pretty good deal. Dude does the same thing. Ends up over here with the Chiefs, wins the Super Bowl, probably going to be their number 1 wide receiver next year, and probably going to be dropping very many balls, just like Tyreek did when he came from college. Sucked dick, couldn't catch. He was a special teamers fucking player. Then he got his catching shit up to par, and then became one of the best wide receivers in all football. So, like I say, man, I don't know. Like I say, Kadarius Toney can be dangerous. Sky Moore would be dangerous, dude. And it doesn't matter where they were drafted or where they came from. It's how they were developed and that they get brought up, dude. Like,
I hated it.
That
I
shit
hated
massive.
that the Chiefs drafted Sky Moore because I'm like, I know this dude is gonna be like their next Tyreek.
Dude, I advocated Sky Moore the whole time, man. Like, I wanted him.
I'm telling you, Sky Moore is gonna be their next Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, he is for sure. I said he's got great hands, dude. Good player, dude. He can be used as a halfback / wide receiver. Like, that kid's gonna be nice, man. But that's all I say is there's too many people for Raider fans put these names in And every one of those narratives can be debunked just that fast, dude. Like, that's all I'm trying to say is why do they put these in there or say these things, or you can't do it without this, or we're going to go into all these losing years. We've been losing. Like, that's the shit I don't understand. We're going to go into all these losing years. Well, when you use that sentence, would have to imply we had winning years in order to get into losing fucking years. But I'm arguing that we've been in the losing years the whole fucking time. Like, straight to fucking facts, dude. Straight fucking facts, dude. If you got 20 years of straight losing ass games and you got 2 winning, guess what? The 18 out trumped the fucking 2 by a mile. So guess what? If you're doing a graph for people that don't know math, that would be an F. That'd be a F fucking plus, like plus plus plus. Like, that's exactly what it'd fucking be. Like,
especially if one of those
good.
winning seasons was just pure luck.
Yeah,
and that's my whole. Was luck. Yeah, I just say, like, I don't care how they got there. I don't give a fuck if they were the best team that year. They sucked the next year. Like, that's what matters, dude. So that's all I say is to imply that. Well, if we do that, we're gonna lose. Well, you're losing already, motherfucker. You have nothing to lose, dude. Just try whatever you gotta try to win. That's what I would fucking do. And for all these people that keep saying, like, oh, if we do this and we do that and we sign, hey, guess what? We've been doing that shit for fucking 20 years and it's gotten us 4 wins at best, dude. Like, that shit don't work. Ziegler knows that shit don't work. That's why he ain't doing that shit. That's why Ziegler's like, look, we've seen this. We see the way it's going. We're like, we can't keep going this way. We need to change this whole fucking thing around. Like, even if we need to go to UDFAs to go get motherfuckers that want to play, that, again, are doing what I'm talking about, Aiden, have heart, need that spot, want that fucking spot, will do whatever it takes to get that spot. Like, you need those guys. What did Bill Belichick say in the early 2000s when he was dominating? The one thing he said was, you need to have hungry fucking players. If you get players that are comfortable, then that comfortability is only going to spread off to the rest of your fucking team. And when those players start doing that, that's when you move on from them and go get another hungry fucking player. When they have the taste of blood in their mouth, they're going to seek out for what it is. But the minute that some of those players get to the end goal and get that trophy, they get comfortable. Well, Bill don't like comfortable, and that's why those players were the fuck out of here. And players succeeded at just a high level, if not better. Like, that's what it is. It's having hungry fucking players, not signing old ass veterans that are on the end of their careers with good fucking names and good stats, and then they already know if they play for 2 years, they're gonna suck dick, and it's not even gonna phase their stats. Like, they already took into accountability. Coming to the Raiders, they're gonna probably lose more games than they win, and they're fine with it because they say my stats aren't gonna fucking go out where I can't fucking still be Hall of Famer, but I'm gonna that. Mark gonna give me fat check, bro. Give me nice little locker room over in this motherfucker. Like, that's exactly what we did. That's exactly what Al did, dude. Oh, come over here. Let me give you, that's all I say is like, those kind of days got to be done, dude. Like, I like what Ziegler's doing. I like that he's going out the box. I like that he's looking at UDF players and fucking looking at dudes that other people wanted. And not only that, he's looking at them, he's getting actual development, success out of them, dude. Like, that's tough to fucking do. You see 40 guys on the roster now that are UDFAs. 40. That's crazy. Watch, we'll like 4 or 5 of them be on the team. And you can sit there rooting in whatever. Under all the guys we had, all the people we had, we've always had to have fucking keep suck. So that's what I say. Like, go look at the years with Richard Seymour. Oh, my bad, go.
So I was just going to piggyback off what you were saying earlier with JJ and stuff, because I just didn't want to interrupt you. I was just going to say, yeah, if he wants anything over 13 million, I'd just say we go younger at running back. I mean, a good example is James Robertson. Came out his first year and had like 1,400 yards total from the line of scrimmage. He had like 1,000 rushing and 400 catching.
Yep.
Yeah, and then the second year he had like, what is it? Hang on. He had another freaking
I would take
89 yards and 8 touchdowns. So, yeah, running back.
He's a good scat back and running back. He's a good running back scat back, dude. Like I've said, I think that's the route we need to go. Is like we already have a plethora of backs, right? Let's just say Zamir comes out and does do good. Let's say Zamir comes out, puts up 700 yards. You go sign a guy like Robinson, and Robinson comes out, puts up 1,700 yards. Guess what? You just had 1,400 yard season right there between two fucking dudes.
Exactly.
Like, and they didn't tired out, and they had to go through all this fucking pain or fucking injuries and all this.
And Robinson's young too. He's only 23 or 24.
Damn right. I would take Robinson in a heartbeat. I've made posts on that fool. I would most definitely take him because I think Robinson's a good player.
Yeah, I agree. And the only reason why I'm a fan of his is because I watch Clemson, so I occasionally watch Jags game because of Lawrence. So
yeah, and I think even like I get it that he's had some off seasons like on there because I think he'll probably have like 700.
2022 he did because he got traded to the Giants.
Jets, right?
Jets or Giants, one of them.
Yeah, I thought he went to the Jets, but I could be wrong. But that's why I say like I would definitely. Yeah, I'd most definitely go get that kid and bring him here because it's not. This is everybody when they say like, oh, but if you're gonna pay him, you're gonna pay. No, listen, man. Josh don't want to get paid. Obviously, he don't want the $10.8 million. He just wants to get a fucking contract with guaranteed fucking money behind it. Like I get the whole deal, but let's be real, Josh. If you play 1 year, you're getting 10.8. You played 4 years and made $12.8 million. Like. All I'm saying is that the conversation doesn't justify the action.
I've also heard that apparently by some people that it's Ziegler's fault for the situation because of how he paid all the other players and not paying Jacobs, like how he gave Crosby and Adams too much money apparently. And
how the fuck do you come to that conclusion?
I don't know. It's Raider fans. They come up with the weirdest conclusions.
Yeah, I agree. Because, I mean, first of all, Max is a defensive end, and defensive ends get paid more than running backs in general. Because
like, I've actually gotten into, like, actual, like, it went from, like, a debate to me just walking away, and I'm like, I don't know how you would tell me, like, I shouldn't pay Max Crosby and Devontae Adams.
Yeah, like, two
and then the situation that we're in, like, he's a running back. Like, I'm not, like, as much as I would love Jacobs to be on this team, I'm not going to pay him.
And you're talking about, like, two of the most crucial spots outside of the quarterback, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Your weapon and your guy trying to get the wide
receiver. Like, it doesn't make you're comparing different positions. There's no logic in that.
That's like being mad that, like, you sharpen the blade on both sides of the ball.
Like, here, let's look at it this way. Quarterback is the most highly prized position, right? Quarterback.
Yeah,
then what's your next position? The fucking motherfucker can get after the fucking quarterback, defensive end. And then who after that? The guy that the quarterback's thrown to, wide receiver. Of course they're going to get paid more.
That's facts. I mean, that's people don't look at the reality of the way the game's played. They just talk. That's what it is. It's just talking points and deals. Like the second a guy would say, like, well, you signed Max for $25 million and like what is the conversation at that point? Like I would just love to know what the fuck is the conversation at that point, because if we're saying we advocated that we signed Max at $25 million, he's one of the best, if not top 3 or 5 DNs in all of football. You're gonna sit here and say him getting $25 million at the time we signed him. Where is he going to be at next year, dude, when everybody else getting their contracts? We actually got a deal, motherfucker. Like, we got a deal on him at $25 million.
Imagine we didn't give Crosby
Devontae's the only one we're going to get the shaft on if we don't either get him restructure or trade this motherfucker. Devontae's contract will fucking hurt us.
Imagine we didn't give Crosby a contract last year, and then the numbers that Crosby put up this year, imagine having to give him a contract, like, this offseason.
Exactly.
Yeah, like Xavier.
All right, here we go. TJ Watt's on, let's see, 30 million.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. For Max's 25 is going to be nothing. I said this about Waller. When people said we signed Waller for that, what did I say? I said, man, that's nothing. That ain't going to be shit when all these contracts pan out. Dude, Waller be cheap by the time that's done. Like, these guys are not taking into consideration that we've only been at $180 million in cap for a fucking long time. we are going to be at 250 million. That is $250 million. That's why the guys' pays are going up, because the way the NFL is done is when the salary cap goes up, there's a percentage that's tied to every single position, and then at that percentage, it goes from like bad, fair, good, elite, and then it has a percentage scale inside there, and then that percentage scale results back to the percentage of the salary cap. So it'll say, like, for instance, Patrick Mahomes might be 18%, where fucking a dude like Jimmy might be like fucking 10 or 12. You know what I mean? Like, there's a big difference in that cap space just between that percentage there. So that's why I say I don't get it sometimes.
Just to give you guys some facts, like, just in case anyone brings up that stupid argument again. All right, this is the highest 3-year, like, paid per year, right? TJ Watt 30.5, Joey Bosa 29.2, and Myles Garrett at 26.7. But the total guaranteed money, number one is Joey Bosa at 102 million, Myles Garrett at 100 million, and Khalil Mack at 90. That's for Edge.
Yeah, Max Crosby doesn't have and this is before anyone else gets a new contract. So as of right now, so Max Crosby doesn't have the highest, like, base salary of the year until like the 2026 season.
Exactly, and he's not even in the top 3 right now of highest paid.
So like for the next 4 seasons,
guarantees either.
It's basically like an amazing deal. Like, I'm happy Ziegler gave Crosby the contract then, because Crosby's probably going to have, like, in my opinion, 15 sacks this season, because Crosby's just going to go crazy now, especially since we upgraded the defensive line.
Crosby to me is a $30 million a year player getting paid 25, so you can't complain.
Hey, I agree 100%. It's like I've said, Devontae is the only contract that's going to hinder us, dude. Like, if Devontae does not get his contract extended,
they got to restructure that.
Listen, you can give him 40 if you got Aiden on the books. If you got Aiden at your starting quarterback, you can give Devontae $40 million. I'm not going to argue that, but that's the only way you're going to give him $40 million. Like, I don't know if you can physically give Devontae $40 million with Jimmy on the books for 23, 25. I don't think you can do that. Like, I don't think you can do that, man.
I agree. You can't.
I think it'll hurt us too much in the long run.
I'm actually just going to have a quick squeeze at that way, guys.
What was it?
I'm just going to have a look at over the cap for next year's cap, so we can have a... Yeah, so our cap space next year is 40 million so far. But I've got to check who's not signed. But yeah, so we've only got like 40 million next year anyway, so...
And that's what I'm saying. You're going to just move it around to be able to fill holes, dude. Like...
And that's what
this is why I've said, like, I said this on Wednesday, like, I would just fucking get rid of anybody else, dude. I mean, I'd even ask Renfro, like, are you going to talk shit next year? Because if you are, I'm going to get rid of you right now, Josh. Like,
yeah,
I don't give a fuck. Get rid of all these motherfuckers. Let's just literally start with Josh and Ziegler's team, because I believe the people that they're putting together, they're not going to have fucking confliction. Like, I don't think anybody that got brought here is going to be like, oh, they owe me more. Like, I think they're all here for the same purpose. I think they all want to win. I think they all want to do it. Like, listen, I get Josh wants to win, but you can't say in a conversation to an employer that it's not about me, it's about the next guy. You don't know the next guy, bud. Like, now I feel like we're having AB Kyrie fucking talk here, okay? Like, we can't be saying these type of things. Like, are we advocating the contract for you, Josh Jacobs, or are we advocating the contract for you don't even know the guy's name? You know what I mean? Like, who the fuck is the next guy? Like,
plus,
that's all I'm saying.
You're not, like, even acting like that the NFL still, like, if, say, both Saquon and Jacobs still get the contract they want, the NFL's still going to try to prioritize this thing where running backs are going to be cheaper in the long run.
Oh, they'll probably push for it hardcore, dude. Like, you really think that they're going to allow them to give fucking Saquon $20 million. You think that they're gonna be able to do that?
Not in a million years. Like right after, like
No.
I actually laughed. So like when I learned about this was like my barber is a Giants fan. I was talking to him like what's going on with his running back, and apparently like they offered Saquon like a 15 or like no not
I
15
heard
like an
17. I
yeah it
heard
was I was about to
17
say
million.
17 not 15 $17 million per year, and then his agent declined it and said we want 20 plus million per year, and I'm like
Yeah,
this
and
dude does he want to play?
they laughed and said, "Get ready to sit on the bench."
And you want to know what the Giants did immediately after that? They paid all of their defensive players and gave Daniel Jones $45 million per year.
Damn right. I thought he got 40
If
million.
that doesn't tell Saquon like we're not paying you, I don't know what is.
Yeah, that's just
that's facts.
yeah, that's
That's
just
what I
greedy
just
at that
think.
point.
I think it's just crazy that you're going from like this is the whole thing I've said. Ezekiel got the money, so why can't they get the money? You know, like this shit doesn't make any sense. What it's telling me is that it's like stimulus checks, man. They know the money's out there and they want that fucking free money right now, dude, because they know that the salary's going up. They know the money's there. That's what it comes down. They know the money's there. They just want to get it.
Just piggybacking off what you said with Zeke, though, I think that Zeke contract was a mistake, and I think the owners realized that Zeke contract was a big ass mistake.
Facts, dude. That's why they want to come and then bring him back.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they were like, yeah, dude, we don't mind you being here, but we don't want you here for that kind of money.
Exactly. It's too much to pay
Yeah,
running
Man,
back.
hey, like
Running
how many
backs,
times have we like named a bunch of running backs that are like big name or like 1,000-yard backs, and they were either forced to sign a franchise tag, given less than 10 million, or have just been like straight up cut from their teams.
Yeah,
you guys talk for a minute. You guys talk for a minute. I'm gonna walk inside the store real quick. You guys talk.
All right.
Yeah, look at Kareem Hunt. Look at Dalvin Cook. Like Dalvin Cook and Kareem Hunt are good examples.
I mean, yeah, I mean, like I also said, Jamal Williams,
Jamal Williams is on. Yeah,
DeAndre Swift got traded.
And I'm pretty sure wasn't Montgomery a 1,000-yard dude?
Yeah, Montgomery also. I think he got straight up cut, and then you got Tony Pollard was forced to sign the franchise tag. Which else?
Yeah.
Which other running back was it? What team was he on?
Not
Oh yeah,
important.
Derrick Henry. They tried to trade him at one point, but everyone knows that he's too expensive and getting at that age where he can just collapse at any point.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's another thing is that people got to take into account. And like, I feel for running backs in the sense of what they have to do, putting their bodies on the line, man. But at the end of the day, you've got to look at it from the owner's perspective or the business side too. Is that if I know that because of your position you're more prone to injury, why would I overpay you?
I mean, yeah, and even when you look at like a Derrick Henry versus Josh Jacobs perspective when it comes to injury, like it took Derrick Henry 6 years to finally like for his body to finally just like show that like he probably can't take it anymore. And I really do believe like this season he's going to get more injured than before, considering they have like no weapons at this point.
Yeah, and then the other thing,
they're basically tanking at that point. But like, and then you look at Jacobs, like since his rookie year, he's just always been injured. And then this
I
year,
wouldn't say always
he was
injured. He's missed like maybe 6 games. I wouldn't. I think.
yeah. I
always
wouldn't like.
injured.
I'm not taking like missing games injured. I'm just saying like
playing with injury as well.
He's just always playing with injury, and then
yeah, I can agree with that to an extent.
And then like this year, like he's finally like not playing with injury, but it wasn't until like the last like 4 games where he couldn't take it anymore and he was just getting injured.
Yeah, I can agree with that to an extent. But the other thing I was also going to say is that with Josh, like if you compare him to Derrick Henry, is Derrick Henry can create more of his own holes, if so to speak, if you know what I mean.
I mean, yeah, like the Titans offensive line is horrible.
Yeah.
And it's the fact that he's able to make like over 1,000 yards, but like his carries are like basically almost 5 yards per carry almost every time. And then with Jacobs, even whenever we had like a good offensive line, because we had Like we've had like a good. It
Last
wasn't
year was
until
good by
like
the end of the season. Even
yeah.
last
So
year,
like
top 11 or something
for
in run
Jacobs,
blocking.
like since Jacobs has been like a Raider, like our offensive line has been like below or bad, below average to bad like once in his career, and that was like the 2021 year when like
I'd say no, I'd say 19 was our offensive line was just getting going. Like it was still good by the end of the year,
yeah.
but like right at the start of 2019, our offensive line was kind of like I think top 15 or 20 or something at the start, but then they got higher by the end of it.
Yeah, and it wasn't until like whenever like the offensive line was good, like Jacobs was like producing like big numbers. And even like what Alsgo said, like Jacobs just
2020 was very
doesn't
bad, yeah.
his speed is
But,
like yeah, he's a bowling ball and I like
Drop me
a
that.
running back that can be like a heavy bowling ball, like a hard hitter, but the problem with Jacobs is he isn't like a Christian McCaffrey where he has the speed that can like create
I agree with
plays
that.
on his own
Oh, he's a
and
power back.
he doesn't and he's not like he doesn't really pass block as much. Like he's not like Amir Abdullah where Amir you can use him to like pass block or like even when we had Jalen Richard was like a really good like optional pass blocking or just try to catch
Stand in the
the
pocket and
pass.
straight clip your ass, dude.
And he had like crazy speed.
Yeah, he had
And
one that I
that's
like to
like
talk about
a
that.
little bit with the
First.
problem with Jacobs is like a very one-dimensional back to just give like 15 plus million to per year. Like I
I
would
agree.
rather like despite like if I could like if I was told by like a time traveler that say like Christian McCaffrey's a Raider, right? And they told me that Christian McCaffrey wasn't going to go through like the crazy injuries that he did after he got the big contract. I would have given him the contract he asked for because he's the type of running back that like you can like disguise him as a wide receiver and he's getting paid like a running back.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. And then also another thing to talk about though with Jacobs is he's a north-south runner, like you're saying. And not only that, you got to look. You can't not give someone like that McCaffrey money because McCaffrey, as you said, is a wide receiver. Also, Derrick Henry has had worse O lines and stuff, and has to create holes. So, like,
Well,
when you
let's
compare
be
him,
real. Let's bring up Derrick Henry's stats real quick.
I already
Yeah.
have him up.
What's his yards over? How many yards per year over the last 5 years he's been in the NFL? Like, is it 1,000 yards every year?
Total yardage or rushing yards?
Just rushing yards and touchdowns for him.
So the least yards he's had the past 5 seasons was 937, and that was in 8 games.
See, 8 games, man. 8 fucking games.
God damn.
That's when he had like his first like season-ending injury, like his first bad injury.
Yeah. So
how many touchdowns?
If you double that, that's like fucking 1,800 yards. If you double that,
The least touchdowns he's had, the least rushing touchdowns he's had, also that same season in 8 games he had 10 rushing touchdowns.
10
What
touchdowns in 8 fucking games. So you're talking like 1,800 yards and 20 touchdowns.
Imagine having 1,000 yards and you're only halfway through the season.
That's fucking ridiculous, bro.
That's why I tell people
that ridiculous.
Don't get me wrong, I love JJ, but he's not Derrick Henry, bro.
Okay, here's the next question. Pull up Derrick Henry's contract real quick. What's he make per year?
All right, I think I already got that up. So Derrick Henry. Wait, you guys can hear me, right? Yeah.
I hear it.
Okay. So Derrick Henry's contract right now is in. Let me see.
Is it 15.2?
Yeah. So he was given like a 4-year, $50 million contract, which is $12.5 million per year.
There you go, 12.5. And
before he was given that contract, in 2020, he signed the franchise tag.
So
and then they gave him a new contract.
Right? Yeah, so he played 1 year and then they gave him a contract, right? 1 year on the tag and then the contract?
Yeah.
And, exactly. And Josh and Saquon think they're better than him, right?
Oh my God. Yeah, that's my point with this whole thing, man. It's just like if Josh, and I'll say it again, I love Josh.
And here's how much sorry to cut you off, Ozzy, but the franchise tag that Derrick Henry was given was worth $10.3 million.
Yeah, so it was less because it's 10.9 now. So extra $600K now. But yeah. So I was just gonna say, like, yeah. So if JJ wants over, say, 3 years at like say 12.5 to 13 million a year, if he wants more than that, then I'm saying no. Because he's
Yeah,
not even
because
as valuable as
but
Derek is.
isn't Derek's contract this last year? Wasn't it $15.2 million because they made him highest
Yeah,
paid
but
running halfback?
yeah, because I think it averages out to 12.5 if you do it
But
over the
that's what
whole
I'm
year.
saying. That's my point. That's where the Christian McCaffrey talks come in, where they're talking about Christian's contract. I keep telling them that's backloaded contract, dude.
Yeah,
That's not
backloaded,
what he
yeah.
was making per year.
Yeah, per year
So
it's probably
when,
like 13 per year. McCaffrey's probably like
so
13,
how in the
13.5.
fuck does Josh and Saquon think that they're on the
Hey, let me
level
look
of
that up
Derrick
actually.
Henry? They ain't got no 800 fucking yards in 8 games, 10 touchdowns. They couldn't even fathom those numbers probably. Like, that's crazy shit, bro. Like, that's crazy shit. Most dudes are breaking 800 at the end of the year. Oh, fucking 800 yards, man. Holy shit.
Yeah, 900 yards in 8 games. Like, fuck, yeah.
Just running over bitches.
Yeah, so if I'm just looking at it now.
And
So
look, we're just relating to that one game. He said, Sergio's exact words were, never under that. So everything after that's a 1,000-yard season every year. And nothing under 10 touchdowns. Josh just had 12. That's his best. Well, over here, think like he's gonna be on Derek's level. Fucking, I don't know if that's his best touchdown. I think it is, but still, like, how do you compare yourself to be better than Derek when you're talking about I'm not doing it for me, I'm doing it for the next guy? That's bullshit. That's straight bullshit.
Yeah, and since this is Jacob's best year, in 8 games, Jacobs had 743 rushing yards and 6 touchdowns.
He wasn't too far off.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm glad
Henry
you,
had
I'm glad you
910.
pointed out key words that I said, no less than, because that's what actually is supposed to amaze people. Is for 5 years he's had no less than that. That's the only time in like the past 5 years he's had less than 1,000 yards and less than like 12 touchdowns.
How many games was there, or Josh? So go to Josh's year, the year he had 800 yards. How many games was he out?
Yeah, hang on. I was just looking at Spot Track, right? So McCaffrey signed a $64 million deal for like 4 years, so it was about 16.
So
was it?
Jacobs
but
was
only
out.
30 was guaranteed though.
Jacobs was out for 2 games.
He only had 800 yards, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So he played 14. He played 14 games at 800 and like 82, 62, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
This fucking motherfucker had 908 games. How many touchdowns did Jacobs have that year?
9 rushing touchdowns.
And Henry had 10. Henry had
God
10.
Damn. Get out of here with yourself, bro. Get out of here.
Another comparison is Kamara had a 5-year deal, 75 million, but his average salary was only 15.
And don't get me wrong, a lot of those guys are elite players, so I'm not going to argue about.
That's what I'm comparing to the elite ones. But then you look at Henry. Henry was only on 12.5 that year. He got a $50 million 4-year deal. But yeah,
Josh is not Alvin Kamara's scat back type player, dude. Just because Josh can catch a ball out of the backfield the last
doesn't
year,
make him a scat back. Yeah.
Fuck no. No. He ain't on Alvin Kamara's level when it comes to scat back. Nowhere even close.
And then if you want to look at other guys, right, like further down, you look at like Joe Mixon, 12 million.
I mean,
Aaron
hey,
Jones,
I can pull up
million,
Nick Chubb, and I
million.
personally think Nick Chubb is a better back than Jacobs.
Austin Eckler's on 6.1 million. Miles Sanders on 6.3 million. So yeah, like I reckon Jacobs is around that 12 million mark. I'll keep saying that. Because people don't look at the other running backs, man, like Nick Chubb and Aaron Jones and whoever the fuck else is starting for other teams. And how much Joe Mixon, who they're getting paid, how much they're getting paid.
Heck, that's
Nope,
why.
you're right.
That's why it's kind of like Ziegler saying, like, all right, can you put these numbers up again? Which I know you won't. When the team's
But-
fully healthy and we have weapons all around.
Yeah, that's
Here's
exactly hit the nail on the head with that one. I was about to say that.
Here's another one. Go look up Christian McCaffrey. Like, look up his yards, his production, his touchdowns in the time he was healthy. Like, let's hear him. I just want to hear. I want to see what they are.
Yeah, hey, I got you.
So I already got him up.
Okay.
So do you want to know before he got the injuries or when he was with the Niners?
I want to know what he got before the injuries and then what he has. Yeah, we can do the Niners last.
Okay, so for his rookie year, he started 10 games. He had a little over 100 carries for 435 yards and 2 rushing touchdowns. But he also had 80 receptions for 651 yards and 5 touchdowns.
Yeah, so
1,000 yards.
1,086. Yeah, 1,086 on the line of scrimmage.
Yeah. And then the
How many
following
touchdowns?
year,
7 total,
5.
I think.
Yeah, so 7 total. I'll just say like scrimmage just because he's literally like a receiver and a running back.
Yeah, he is. Man.
So
Yeah.
the following year, his second year, he had 40 yards under 2,000 total scrimmage yards and 13 total touchdowns.
Yeah, but he's
And
got
had
to
he
do it,
done?
Yeah, Josh came into the NFL.
Say that again, Dustin?
No, that was his second year.
Yeah, that was his second year.
And then what? Year 3 get hurt?
Year 3, no, this was like his last, like in his first 3 years when he was fully healthy. Year 3, he had a total of he was 8 yards under 2,400 scrimmage yards.
God damn.
And had 19 total touchdowns.
God damn.
And he only had 1 fumble that year too for the whole year.
So this is all I keep trying to think about. Josh ain't nowhere fucking close to McCaffrey. He's nowhere close to fucking Henry. So how do they demand more money than better players?
Exactly. That's what I said. Josh is a $12 million player.
And this is the year where McCaffrey.
I'd give him 12 mil, and that's that.
So the following 2 seasons, right? McCaffrey got injured. So this is like the last season when McCaffrey was finally healthy again. He had a total of 1,880 scrimmage yards and 13 total touchdowns.
Man.
Yeah, that was last year.
How many with the Niners? What'd you say?
This was when McCaffrey was like this was his 2022 season.
What was it?
He had 1,880 scrimmage yards and 13 total touchdowns.
Yeah, if you go just off the 49ers, they had 10 yards and 10 touchdowns with the 49ers.
Yeah, I mean, even if it was just like, yeah. And
that guy's balling.
Yeah.
I mean,
and even if you just look at like when he was only with the Niners, he still had over 1,200 total yards and 10 touchdowns.
Yeah, Jake is to me somewhere in the bottom of the top 5, like number 5, between 5 to 9, somewhere around there in running backs.
And I think that's what he's afraid of. I think that's what he's afraid of. He knows that. He knows that if he doesn't get paid the money this year, that he's probably only going to get 8 to 10 million next year. Like, he knows it.
And here's another thing we have to look at. In McCaffrey's year in total touches, like total scrimmage yards, there's only 1 season. And that's when he only played 3 games. So I'll just say like fully healthy seasons. Out of every single like fully healthy season he had no less than 5.5 yards per like touch, whether it's like a reception or a carry. And then for Jacobs, he's had no more than 5.2 yards per touch.
Do me a
Oh,
favor
nice.
and look up Joe Mixon next.
All right.
If Jacobs really believes in himself, let's see if he can. I've said that hell of times. I said the same
Here's
shit.
the problem with Jacobs though, is that he's not like, yeah, sure he can like catch the ball, but he's not had a single receiving touchdown in his career.
And what's the most yards he's had in a season?
In receiving?
Yep.
400.
That was last year, huh?
Yeah.
And before that?
348.
So he's around what, 300 yards? What's his first 2 years?
In receiving, his rookie year was 166 yards, and then his second year was 238 yards. So it's been increasing each year, but it hasn't been like exponentially increasing like McCaffrey or Henry or Chubb or even Mixon.
Well, fucking dude had damn 2,400 all-purpose yards. Like, holy fuck.
All right, so I got Joe Mixon up. So Joe Mixon, his rookie season, he only started 7 games. And he had 626 rushing yards, 4 touchdowns, 287 receiving yards. So in total, that would be 913 scrimmage yards. And then his second and third year. So his second year, he had 1,464 scrimmage yards and 9 touchdowns. Then his third year, he had, again, over 1,400 scrimmage yards and 8 touchdowns. He got injured in the 2020 year. So in 6 games, he had 428 yards, 3 touchdowns. But then 2021, he had over 1,500 scrimmage yards and 16 touchdowns.
Damn.
And then recently, in 14 games, he was 50 yards away from having 1,300 scrimmage yards, and he had 9 touchdowns.
Yeah, one could argue even Mixon's better than JJ. One could argue, especially in receiving.
Yeah, and I mean, these guys have, I mean, fuck, they Josh ain't never had 16 touchdowns in a season. So, I mean, those fucking matter. When you're putting up 20 fucking touchdowns in a season, what was LaDainian Thomas's record? 22? Like,
yeah,
fuck,
okay.
that was fucking crazy.
31.
31?
31.
Holy fuck. Who had 19? Who was the one that had 19?
Christian McCaffrey.
How many is the most Henry had in the season?
The most total touchdowns he had was 18. And then the following year, he had 17.
That's fucking just stupid.
And in both of those seasons, he led the league in touchdowns.
Man, you know, LTE, man, that fool fucking put in some work, bro.
Do me a favor and bring up Aaron Jones, and then also mention this time the touches, both receiving and rushing attempts. So I'm just making a point here. So Jake is probably not even top 5.
Okay, so for Aaron Jones, I'm gonna skip over to his third year where he started a full season.
Yeah.
So in his third year, he was less than 20 yards away from 1,100 rushing yards, but he led the league in rushing touchdowns.
And
it was 16 rushing touchdowns. And then in receiving, he had 470. How many carries?
How many carries that year?
Oh, 236.
He only 236.
Fuck, he had 232 and had how many yards?
1,100 rushing.
Nearly 1,100 rushing.
But hang on, how many targets did he have that year, like receiving?
How many targets?
Yeah, targets.
He had 68 targets,
Right, 68.
and
And how
49
many?
receptions.
49. Okay, now how many? How much was his total scrimmage yards that year and total touchdowns?
He had
Yeah.
1,558 scrimmage yards, and he led the league in total touchdowns, and that was also 19.
Yeah, see, 19 as well, and then he had less touches overall than Jacobs did.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah,
He
so that's what I
fucking
mean.
had, he had under 100 fucking 100. You said 240?
Yeah, no, he had like I think it was 236 plus 68 targets. So that's like it's almost the same touches as Jacobs.
68.
Between
So
Yeah,
in total
230,
touches,
90,
so Aaron Jones
200.
had 285 total touches.
Yeah, 285 total touches.
Meanwhile, Josh Jacobs led the league in
340.
total touches. He had 7 touches away from having 400 touches, and he only had 12 total touchdowns.
Exactly. So that was kind of the point that I was getting at. Is
So
that I
he
love
was
JJ,
nearly
but it's
like a whole, like he was nearly over like 200 touches more than Jones, but Jones has more touchdowns.
yeah, exactly, and that's the kind of point I'm talking about. Like the touches to production is kind of what you got to look at from a GM perspective.
Well, man, I almost wonder what was Josh's total touches then?
393.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 393 to 285.
That's crazy.
That's like 100.
I was saying 340. I said 340 in the rushing, but I didn't fucking know he damn near had 400 total fucking touches.
Yeah. And he and I'll probably let's look at the ranking.
I mean, that should diminish that stat instantly then, dude.
That's what I was getting at. That's what people aren't thinking about.
Shit, man.
You think running back, you only look at rushes, but you're not looking at total touches.
Yeah, that motherfucker got 500. Like, get the fuck out of here.
And the thing is, you got to think about is the NFL is kind of trending more towards that scat back type anyway. Like guys like that can run.
That's why they're getting rid of the fullback. 100% true.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Here's last year, right? So only 8 running backs in the NFL had over 300 touches. Out of those 8, only 2 of them had more than 380, and that was Jacobs and Henry.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. And because they're both power backs, both Henry and JJ are like the last of the power backs, in my opinion.
I just think it's crazy, man, that he got that many yards and then demanding that kind of money. I mean, you gotta fucking think like, oh man, that's insane.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at. And the other thing I was trying to get at, I'm pretty sure if you go through all the running backs outside of Henry and JJ, most of the other backs are in the top 5 and whatever. They're all like they're receivers and running backs.
Yeah, so even though Jacobs had the most touches, 5 running backs had more total touchdowns than him.
Yeah, exactly, which is what counts most as your total touchdowns.
I ain't gonna lie, that's why I just think the whole time I've said, like, if I was them, I'd just I'd just move on, man. It's not worth it, dude. Like, it's not worth it at the end of the day. Like,
yeah, I love JJ, but unless he's willing to take 12 million or 13 million max, you gotta 12
million. I mean, fuck out. Yeah. I've said I would probably push the 13, but knowing that Derek, dude, I'm not gonna pay Josh more than Derrick Henry. It's just not happening. Derek will mow his ass over, bro. Like, he will mow him over. So no, hell no. You're not getting the best. Like Saquon, go pull up Saquon Barkley's. We need to look at this guy's numbers too, man.
Okay. So
what's
Saquon Barkley,
he averaging per year? Like what's the average per year?
Okay. It's hard to say because there's only 2 times where Saquon has played a full season in his career. And then 2 other times he's played only 13 games, and then 1 time he only played 2 games.
I've said these are the two worst motherfuckers advocating for this fucking shit right now.
During
I've said it.
Saquon's rookie season, it's when he's fully started. His rookie season, he had over 2,000 scrimmage yards and he had 15 total touchdowns.
Hey, it's not bad right there. What's the average per year?
Here. 4, 2. So per year, Saquon would have 850 rushing yards and 6 rushing touchdowns. In receiving, Saquon would average per year 364 yards and 2 receiving touchdowns. Now in total, Saquon averaged over 1,200 scrimmage yards and 7 touchdowns.
See, my argument's always been that Saquon ain't even as good as like a Derrick Henry or Aaron Jones.
Fuck no, not even close.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, these guys aren't even like the top in their position, or even maybe even in the top 3 to 5. So
well, the problem
even in the conversation to talk about it.
The biggest problem is the other running backs we've looked at. You notice how I've said, "Oh, this guy led the league in touchdowns," or "This guy led the league in scrimmage," "This guy led the league in rushing," "This guy led the league in like whatever," and then Jacobs, the only time he's led the league in both
last year
in only rushing and scrimmage yards is by being given the ball 400 times.
Yeah, exactly. He had more touches, way more touches, 100 more touches.
So that's the biggest problem with this contract thing.
Yeah, and it's something that people aren't really. Because I was going to do my own live about it, but then I saw you guys live, so I was going to just jump on here and talk about it.
No, that's crazy, dude. I just can't believe that
it's something that I was looking at. Like, I was just doing my own research, and then I'm like, holy fucking shit. Now I can see exactly why Ziegler doesn't want to pay Josh.
I mean, I would tell you, after hearing this shit, I want it. You're going to still get people that don't even listen or know or think about it, and they're going to all still advocate that we're fucking up. We need to pay them, you know. I've always said, like, I'm not against paying players. Like, that's not what I'm not against it. But at the same time, when somebody is demanding something more than what they're worth is where you have to be like, no, we can't do it.
Yeah, and exactly. You got to pay
Ziegler needs to be a boss. Yeah, Ziegler needs to be a boss and be the one to tell him no.
Because, like, obviously, you know, I love JJ. JJ's my favorite player. I'm wearing his jersey right now, and I don't really wear player jerseys that often. So, but my point is that, you know, I think 12.5, 13 million max, maybe put like, you know, 12 with 1 million in incentives. I think that's fair.
Yeah, because I've even said, like, I would do the 12 million a year for 4 years, dude. Do like 1 year fully or 1 or 2 year fully. That's it. Nothing else.
Yeah,
no more.
I agree.
And heck, this is
I
news
said the same. I said like 3 years, 12 million, which is like
this
36.
Is also,
but you have it out in year 3. You have it out in year 3.
Something that no one else
if it gets injured or whatever,
about.
There's an out.
I'm surprised it's something that no one else is talking about, that Jonathan Taylor is also demanding a new contract.
Yeah, that's another name we didn't even think of, Jonathan Taylor for the Colts.
Except here's the thing, to an extent, he might earn it more than Jacobs because...
Yeah, his stats are probably better, if I'm not wrong.
Because in
he's had
2021...
1,800-yard season. He's had an 1,800-yard season.
Exactly.
In 2021, he led the league in rushing yards, rushing touchdowns, rushing yards per game, scrimmage yards, and total touchdowns.
Yeah, he had 20 touchdowns.
In rushing yards, he had over 1,800. He had 18 touchdowns. Yards per game, he had 106.5. For scrimmage yards, he had nearly 2,200 scrimmage yards, and he had 20 total touchdowns.
He averaged 106 yards a game in 21.
That's crazy.
My average yards per in 21 was 106. That's crazy. But anyway, the other thing to look at is, if I'm not mistaken, he was injured in 22 like last year, right?
Yeah, he got injured.
Yeah, so in 11 games he had like 1,000 yards in 11 games.
He still had 1,000 yards in 11 games.
Yeah, exactly, and that's in 11 with 6 games to go, like 6-7 games to go, whatever. Yeah.
Give me a second. I got to answer this.
All right.
Yeah, like I want to keep JJ. I love JJ, but he's got
And
to
yeah,
realize.
that's the point. If Jacobs really believes who he is, why not take the risk and show that you are technically like at worst a top 3 running back in the league.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's got to prove. Like he hasn't proved in the receiving game to me yet.
And then people will say, well, he's proved it. And I'm thinking, well,
No,
no,
he hasn't.
he's proved that he can be given the ball 400 times, but he needs to prove that he can
Do it with
like
300
not just
touches. You know what I mean?
be a freaking cowbell, but actually be more like not be a one-dimensional running back.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. If he can improve his pass catching game and get something like 250 carries and like 70 targets or something, and then still produce like similar with more receiving touchdowns, then I'd say yes.
And then that's also the problem is every other name that I've been asked to talk about, they have receiving touchdowns. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Josh Jacobs doesn't
Doesn't
have a
really have
single
any.
one.
Yeah, exactly. He's like I said, he's a north to south runner. He's not really receiving back. It's not, he can't even, he's even an average receiving back in my opinion.
Which is why I'm thinking that Ziegler and McDaniels are thinking, why are we going to give a one-dimensional
No
player
bad, top tier money.
like money to where like Christian McCaffrey, Derrick Henry, Nick Chubb, who else? Someone
Aaron
else.
Jones.
Aaron Jones, like they can both catch and run the ball.
Joe
Meanwhile,
Mixon.
all you can do is just run the ball.
Yeah, Joe Mixon's another one.
Yeah, and Joe Mixon. And then that's why I feel like if we did like get rid of Jacobs or Jacobs just got rid of himself, and because McDaniels like we've talked about a lot now, they are heavily advocating that they want to do the running back by committee.
Exactly, and
The
Britton
thing
Brown
about
can
the
be a
running
power
back by
back in that
committee
system.
is you can have a one-dimensional back, but you have like 3 to 4 different backs that can do their own thing.
Exactly, yeah.
And that helps cause confusion on the defense because you can put 2 running backs out there and they have to guess who's getting the ball.
But yeah, like to me, if you went that way, you could have Britton Brown as like your power back, bloody Zamir, if he can fucking stop running to arse of lineman and work on his vision a little bit, he could be the second running back or whatever. But and then you've got
I've heard that he's taking pretty big strides this year.
You can even have Amir Abdullah where like he can block and he can play as a receiver.
He's like your third down back, and then you could also. I'm waiting to see what this Sincere McCormick kid's got this preseason. I'm really interested to see what he's got because I think that's one of the reasons why Zeke's holding off. He's also probably waiting to see.
Yeah,
there's a reason they stashed him on IR,
really
man.
feel like they want to. They're waiting.
Yeah, they're waiting
like
to see what
if
he can do.
Doesn't sign the tag, then they're gonna want to see what these running backs in training camp can do.
Yeah, and then I think the biggest one to keep an eye on as far as like rookies or like young guys is Sincere McCormick because we didn't get to see him last year because he was on IR. But I'm hoping this preseason we can finally see what Sincere McCormick's got in preseason.
Yeah, I am very excited about Sincere. I feel like Sincere can be like
he can be a dual back, like a he can catch and he can run.
Yeah, and he's kind of like Jacobs in a play style, not like being one dimensional, but like he can be like a bowling ball type of running back. Like he's hard to take down.
2,000 yards rushing in college or something crazy.
I mean, yeah, the school he came from, he's basically like the greatest running back out of the school he came out of. And he was like, if he went to like a different school, he would have been like a really good pick. But it's just because he went to like a really small school that like no one cared that much.
We're gonna have to cut this. I got a guy that broke down. I gotta go and fix this shit. So we can redo this on Monday. Both start over and I don't mean start over like leave off where we left off. And then Ozzy, if you want to come back on Monday, you're more than welcome to, man. So
yeah, if I'm not working, I won't be able to guys up.
Yeah, we're trying to keep the deals down a little more so we can have more talks like these, more in-depth conversations and the lives going forward too. That way, like I said, on Fridays, I want to try to get to do things where we go out, get to know more content creators, things like that. I want to do Mondays, Wednesdays, more talks like these in depth and stats and individuals and why they shouldn't be doing the things they're doing. But I was planning to stay till midnight tonight, but they called twice, and now I got to go out there. So
that's right. Real life comes first.
Yeah, exactly. Fucking, and I'm tired as fuck, dude, man. Like, I don't even know how the fuck I'm gonna do this. But long story short, man, like I say, I appreciate you guys popping up here all the time, man. Frickin', I appreciate you coming over here. Same with you, Stats, always, obviously. But I wish I could say more and stuff, but man, I'm gonna have to hop off. What's up, fucking Hefe? Long time no see, KC.
You showed up at the worst time. We're about to end the show.
I know, man. No, motherfucker. I don't fucking stay. But long story short, frickin', yeah, if you don't gotta work or something, or anytime you don't, just let me know. Hop up over here, fucking hop on and go talk some more. So
like, it'd be great if more people show up, because I'm still not going to be on here that much anymore.
Yep, and I got a whole nother group of people coming anyway, so I already have that already in place. So either way, frickin', yep, like I say, all you gotta do is just let me know when, and I already got my other group of people already. So outside of that, I appreciate everybody popping up, appreciate everybody showing up. We'll see you on Monday at fucking 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern. Outside of that, I hope you guys have a great weekend. Don't drink and drive, stay safe, fucking sleep it off. Call an Uber, like I always say, ain't gonna kill you, you're gonna kill somebody else. So outside of that, stay safe, have a good weekend, and we'll talk to you on Monday, man.
All right, catch you, bro.
Peace out.
Peace out.
The king and his men stole the queen from her bed, bound her in her bone. The seas be ours, and by the powers where we